The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it. Head this out to the millions of our people. They'll look back on these days where we see however many of us are here. They'll look back on this and they'll say, this coming decade, 2020, is going to be a decade of dichotomies. You're not going to see the work that we're doing mitigating or assuaging any of anti-whiteism or anything that the anti-whites are doing. Things are not going to be slowed down or halted or what have you when it comes to anti-whiteism. Our activities are going to grow parallel to theirs. So this is going to be a decade of stark dichotomies. There are two storms on our horizon, one of darkness, one of light, and they are both rapidly heading our direction. Now, the darkness is the anti-whiteism that is going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to get worse over the next 10 years. We are going to see more speech restrictions. We are going to see more restrictions on our right to self-defense. We are going to see our numbers dwindling in every single one of our states, in every single one of our provinces, every single one of our counties and countries. We're going to see the anti-whites taking increasing, not just the anti-white elites that know exactly what they're doing and are smart enough to manage this in a way that will easily bring us to our destruction. No, the fanatical anti-whites, the really religious, fanatical fundamentalists that are seeking with all of their being to avenge themselves in their minds. What does the anti-white want? Most of all, what is the anti-white working toward? Most of all, that is to inflict harm on you. For that sense of victimization, that inferiority that is inspired in them, that sense of being less than, that sense of being inferior, that is inspired in them by us merely being present. That is what the anti-white wants to avenge themselves for. They want to harm us, and they will continue to harm us. They will get into the halls of governance, and they will not have opposition. These parties that otherwise were anti-white, but just not as anti-white, that held the hands a little bit. Maybe they were implicitly white concern, but they are no longer there in strong enough or large enough numbers in a democracy to hold anything back. That will continue to march forward over the next decade, and we will see victimization ramp up from year to year to year by the anti-whites. But at the same time, that storm of light is also approaching. We will continue to grow. Our message, this curative contagion, will continue to reach around the globe, and we will grow in parallel as the anti-whites grow. We will grow as they grow, not diminish. They will not be drawn down by our activities. There will not be a pulling back of the things that they do. There will not be these brand repeals that people who work in the political spheres think they're going to be able to achieve some way. Do not look for our successes in how much we mitigate the anti-white scourge. Do not look for them to be stifled. Do not look for their voices to be quelled. Do not look for their power to be reduced over the next 10 years, because you will not find victory in that. Victory is going to be found in our voice. Victory is going to be found in the psalms that we then sing as we grow stronger by the year. Victory will be in those dazzling eyes of our youngest children that are born into these homes now, inured, hardened against the anti-whiteism that grows in that darkness around our homes. That is where our victories are to be found, ladies and gentlemen. Don't allow yourself to sink into the depravity, into the black pill, into the misery state that so many of our people allow themselves to sink simply because the anti-white power isn't being drawn down. It won't be. This is a runaway train, and you're going to see it crash. All that matters now is that we build our strength, that we come together, that we build this art that we have, that we spread this curative contagion, the dialectics, the lexicon, to as many of our people as we can. And each year that soil will become richer. Each year more people are going to rescind their allegiance from these wayward and misbegotten authorities. Each year more will come to us, and it will be like that hockey stick graph. They will grow, and we will grow right beside them. Don't look for the victory in the drawing down of the anti-whites. Look for the victory in the songs and our voices who rise up in contest with their discordant noise, with their cackles and their cries for bloodshed. Only when the harmony of our voices comes together in a grand symphony of music will we then be able to contend with the hell that they have brought from the depths of this earth, from the mires and the sewers of the world. Only then will the light triumph over the darkness. There will be no reveal of their evil. There will be a victory, and it will be ours. That is what the next decade has to offer for us. And you can be a player. God has spoken to you. In one way or another, you have been touched by nature, by chance, by the gods, by the God. You have been chosen now to hear those silver trumpets for service to white well-being. Your life is important. Your deeds, your thoughts, your actions. These 10 years are going to decide whether Western kind survives or dies. What role are you going to play? Are you going to rise to answer that divine entity that has called down to you? Are you going to bend your knee to that Biospirit and say, what more blood-covered and spattered metaphorically in the hardship of this struggle? What more I will gladly serve you? Are you going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greats who stand now and those whose ghosts stand with us still? Whose names will be said in those days when they look back, the historians of our race, and they say 2020 was when it began. Will it be yours? Will it be yours? Will you be remembered? Will you be remembered? You have a choice. You have a choice. You were given the message. You were given the message. You have been touched. You have been. Your life is important. Your life is important. Are you going to do your duty? Are you going to do your duty? I will look for you on those front lines, every one of you. And I know I'll see you there. They'll look back on this and they'll say, can you believe that all of those heroes lived at the same time? People will say that. Can you believe all those heroes lived at the same time? And they were in those same live chats all at the same time. What an amazing time that must have been.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my Sick of our heritage, it's built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet.
Yes, it's Sunday again, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll pull that banner down. It is glorious to be with you all. Go Free Church. Featured stories of today. We have, we have Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, and I have my thoughts on that. What happened with that? We have DEI. It's fixed, except it's fixed by getting rid of antisemitism. What the hell is that? Jail for viewing right-wing info. Can you believe it? And we will have the great Biospirit of the West swashing through. It's going to be glorious. Go Free lesson of the day. If the ethno-state was the telos of the alt-right, what is our telos? We're going to dig into it. Make sure you don't miss it. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. A man died and went to heaven. St. Peter says to him, before you meet with God, I should tell you, we've skimmed your life, and to be honest, you really didn't do anything particularly good or bad. We're not really sure what to do with you. Can you tell us anything you did over the course of your life that could help us make this important decision? The new arrival replies, yeah, actually. I was driving along and came upon a little old lady who was being beat up and harassed by a group of thugs. So I pulled over and went over to the leader of the thugs. He was a big, muscular guy with a ring pierced right through his lip. Well, I tore the damn thing out of his lip. And I told him and his gang that if they didn't stop bothering this old lady, they would have to deal with me. Wow, that's impressive. I don't know how we missed it. When did it happen? Asks St. Peter. About 3 minutes ago. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And you got to be careful about who you decide you're going to take. When you want that one good deed in life, you got to be careful about who you're going to do it on. You got to be really careful. Well, it is wonderful to be with you. If you would like to financially gift over the course of White Wellbeing Church, welcome to the Church of White Wellbeing, the Holy Church of White Wellbeing. What a wonderful thing it is to be here with all of you, and wonderful for you to be here with me, the Lord and Pope and preacher and leader and president and prime minister and emperor and king of Western kind. It's great to be with all of you here today. If you would like to financially gift to the White Positive ADL, and yes, I'm looking damn handsome, I know it. If you would like to financially gift, you can do so at a number of options. Hopefully, they're all working. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you'll see some options. Hopefully, they're working. And you will see among those Entropy, which is up and running right now. Odyssey, up and running. D-Live, up and running. Premium Rumble is up and running. Cash App, Subscribe Star, all up and running, and I'll be checking those over the course of the gathering. You'll also find some cryptocurrency wallets that I use. I probably use one that you use over there at knowwhyguilt.org. Make sure you click on one of those, and if you would like, and financially gift. Also, there's a snail mail address there, and you can financially gift there. You can write. You can send me wonderful things, wonderful, beautiful things, and I will appreciate them. Thank you so very much at the snail mail address. You will also find the link for the foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org If you would like to donate, you can do so at a 501c3 and designate the Pope of Western Kind as the destiny for your financial gift. And it will make it to me, ladies and gentlemen. It will make it to me. And we will push forward in this world. We will continue to conquer and take back what is rightfully ours. So many good things going on. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. But I want you to reach out to me with a tag as @no white guilt, @no white guilt, because at this church, it's not just homilies that you get. It's not just the honest homily. It's not just the epic homily. It's not just the pristine homily that you get, but you get to interact with the Pope. And at this Pope, unlike that other fake Pope over there in Italy, where things are going really weird. I don't think we'll get to that article today, but if we get to it, it'll be on Wednesday, probably. Very strange things going awry over there. Nonetheless, they're going very right here. They're going very straight here. There, they're bent. Here, they're straight. Let me just say, just straight. That's what's happening. It's great to be with everybody. Remember to tag me as nowhiteguilt.org across the numerous platforms on which we are running, because it's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful thing. You can tag me with your comments or questions. I want to know what you're thinking, what you don't understand about white well-being. Why do you think that we should? I got to tell you, I was listening to a little bit. I was getting ready and I was rushing, so I really couldn't. Siegfried over there had a Twitter space, and he was doing an impeccable job representing white well-being, explaining it to people. And so many of these old, tired, ridiculous, TARDIS, really big TARDIS vegetable section, attention vegetable section, please report to the front desk. The vegetable section, I know what we should do. We got to be ready to just spill blood. Oh, okay. People are going to jail for just looking at right-wing things now. But we got to be ready to spill. Okay, Fed. Okay. All right, Fed. But we got victories here. Victories that are blowing the roof off this place. And we're going to talk about them. The very first thing we're going to talk about, though, is how inspiring, I got to tell you, for white well-being. Let's hear it for white well-being, that video we played at the beginning. Nobody does it like for white well-being. Glorious, brings tears to the eyes. We got to look at this, though. Look at what's happening over here. They're bent out of shape. We're getting right into our items, and we got a couple things. We're going to talk about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. There's heavy copium is being, so the copium wars are what's happening across the internets over this, and it's all primarily driven, magnificently, mostly driven by anti-whiteism. But we'll talk about this. Is hilarious. You got to love this. Senator Ron Johnson compares Rachel Levine being trans, and not just Rachel Levine, but that other they, and compares that to Matt Gaetz' sex trafficking allegation. We really have to have Matt Gaetz. Can we say recess appointment? Let's have a recess appointments in the House. No Democrats the Republicans better not let any Democrats get in the way, or maybe they will deserve to have the shit kicked out of them if they participate with metaphorically. I would never advocate, hitting them in the face, head, neck, and shoulders with a balloon full of piss or anything. But if that were to happen, I would probably laugh. In a strange trolling display. And this, of course, by LGBTQ Nation, which is totally anti-white as all hell. Equality for all, except for you white straight males out there, you heteronormative males out there, the white ones. Nope, no equality for you. In a strange and trolling display of false equivalence, except it's false equivalence, but not for the reason you think, scumbag. Thursday, Senator Ron Kick-Ass Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, responded to a reporter's question about Donald Trump's intention to nominate former Rep. Matt Gaetz as his Attorney General by sharing a picture of trans Admiral Rachel Levine. And there we go. Non-binary fire hydrant, former Department of Energy, can I get at your clothing, ladies? Official Sam Brenton. Of course, he's not actually asking for permission. He's just rummaging through your things. And this is what our hero of the day, Senator Ron Johnson, displayed. I love the picture of Rachel Levine, and it's like four guys and 2 women and Rachel Levine. And it said on the picture, notice how the women stand with their feet together. And the 2 women had their feet together and they were pointing straight. And then all the guys, including Rachel Levine, had their legs apart and toes pointed out. It's kind of interesting. But hey, who am I? I don't know. I don't understand these things. I don't understand what it's like to not know what you are. When asked whether he wants to see the Gates ethics report, Ron Johnson unfolds a printout of this picture. This should just be every response to the anti-white scum. Rachel Levine and Sam Brenton. Sam, I'm just going to go through your things really quickly. Sam, I'm just going to go through your luggage and take out your panties and wear it on my head. Brenton. And ask reporters whether they harass Democrats about these no, you don't even bother asking. Don't even bother, because they're anti-white scum. And of course they didn't. Of course they celebrated these 2. Of course. Don't even bother. Harassed. In fact, I would show them this, and I would maybe also draw big, giant mustaches, curly mustaches on it, and then maybe giant penises on them as well. And that's what I would show the anti-whites, because that's what they deserve. Well done, Ron Johnson. Senator Ron Johnson. Oh, no, look, he's a white man, and he has blue eyes. Well, he's clearly the devil. But what we really got to talk about here at the beginning, is, did anybody watch the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight? Let me get a yes in the chat if you watched, a no in the chat if you didn't, a hell no if you could not have been made to watch it. I didn't even know it was happening. That's how much I care about these things. That's how much I'm into these things. That's how much it is important to me. I didn't even know. It was adventitious piece of information came to me, like, I guess maybe an hour, 2 hours, somewhere, maybe an hour and a half. We'll just say an hour and a half before the festivities were supposed to begin. And it was because Dandy Westman made a prediction on Twitter, which of course has come true, but it's even beyond that. And his prediction was that, hey, if Mike Tyson wins, the anti-whites are going to be howling, either explicitly or implicitly, about one of 2 things: the superiority of non-white athletes and or the inferiority of white athletes. And exactly. And it's going to, and he said it's going to be that, or Jake Paul wins, and then all the anti-whites out there say, well, he's exploiting this old black man. He's taking advantage of him. What a piece of shit white man he is for doing that. It's both. There needed to be a third option, very astutely observed there by Dandy. If that was Dandy. And I was even then, I was not going to be interested in, unless there was an anti-white angle to address, to investigate, to discuss. And sure enough, there was. And there was a young woman who showed up, and she says on her Twitter, she is MAGA AF and not America first, MAGA AF, but she probably is America first. And she immediately was like, why are you talking about race? And I jumped in there and I was like, obviously, this is what we're talking about. And then she said, never thought about it that way. And so I invited her to show up here today. Maybe she's here. Hello. If you decided to show up, welcome. You are more than welcome to say hello in the live chat. And there are wonderful people here and they will talk with you. and they will help to clear any misunderstanding up, and you will be on your way to becoming a powerful person, to instantiating MAGA in America, conservative values and norms, because those are white values and norms. We created them, we made them, even if other people's did as well. They're still ours. We have to learn how to defeat or defend what is ours in order to defeat those who want to take it away and white erase it. Well, it ended up being both, didn't it? Did anybody, let me take a look at the live chat. Oh, we got First Laz is with us. He said, hell no. Brand Danger said, double hell no. Double hell no. Let's see, Shade Knight, any opinion on T-Rex's cabinet being more pro-Israel than Netanyahu's cabinet? I actually spoke to that briefly. Was it on Wednesday or last Sunday? I think both, mostly last Sunday. Also, I knew Jake would win. He got good arms, and Tyson has no legs nowadays. Yeah, no legs, really meaning, folks, that the stamina is not what it used to be at 58 years of age. Snappy shirt and tie combo. And yes, I watched the entire fight. The pre-game women's boxing match was more exciting. And how sad is that? I would rather the women have been able to kill each other. To watch a female fight is just not. To watch two girls box, I don't know. Yeah, they should have been given weapons, different types of weapons, maybe like one with a scimitar and one with a pitchfork. Then they could really then it would be exciting. Blue Flame said, not me. Spartan said, yes, he watched it. I have to say, Pants is here. Well, I wasn't going to watch. And then, like I said, this adventitious information came to me. And so then I wondered, and of course I wasn't going to pay for this on, Netflix. And, but I did have a look around and found a content creator who was streaming the whole thing. You didn't have to pay. You could just watch, which is better when you can just thieve from the anti-whites and their platforms. I always endorse that heartily. If you can do so in a legal way. Only do it legally, of course. Only thieve when it's legal. Like the anti-whites when they're shoplifting, and only thieve from them when it's legal. So I watched this fight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a couple of thoughts on the actual fight, and I'm going to give most of the thoughts about what's being said about it and the hardcore copium, the copium wars that have begun. And none of these people, I've jumped in a couple places and I'm like, cope much lately, cope, and they're just nothing in response. Nothing in response. But it was totally predictable for this community that if a white guy was going to be boxing a black guy, and again, how many of us know the name Klitschko out there? How about that boxer? He had kind of a strange Russian name, so I might have to look it up. But he was like 7 feet tall, and he defended his title like 55 times and was never knocked down or knocked out when he was the champ. Does anybody remember his name? And only lost twice, never knocked down, never knocked out. Massive Hulk of a man. And nobody knows, like Klitschko has what, 2 degrees or in a doctorate or something. So super bright. He's working in government right now in Ukraine. Mayor, I think, or somebody could fill me in if I'm not right about that. This was a guy who held the title of heavyweight champion of the world. And Americans, especially white women, no idea who that is. But they all know Evander Holyfield. They all know Mike Tyson. They all know, you can run down the list. They all know these names because white people, and in particular white women are targeted with these ideas of how superior non-white athletes, particularly black athletes, are throughout our entire lives. Yet again, another reason why white males should not engage in sports ball bullshit nonsense at all, because all you're doing is reinforcing it. Of course, there are going to be talented non-white athletes on the field, on the pitch, in the game. And all you're doing by worshiping and celebrating them is reinforcing to your white daughters, to your white girlfriend, to your white wife, that non-white athletes are superior. Why would you do that? Stop that. I mean, really, the guys that should be doing that and can be kind of forgiven are in their 80s now. Under 80 years old, you can't be forgiven anymore. Under 80 years old, it's because you are an inveterate cuck and you like it like that. You get turned on by that. You probably have a whole porn collection of that. So fix yourself, bitch. Stop being a little boy. Stop worshiping the athleticism of other races, loser. Yes, boxing is another form of sports ball. It's just that you're not allowed to hit in the balls in this particular sport. Maybe your balls are your fists. Maybe the ball is your little brain rattling around in your head as you get dumber and dumber after punch. Maybe that's what it is. But clearly, when a white guy was going to be fighting a black guy in the anti-white narrative, a non-white guy, and no matter how cool both of them are, I know there are people out there that they say, well, they're both conservative guys, they're both nice guys and all. Okay, whatever. I don't know about them. Maybe that's all true. I don't follow them. I don't know about them. Maybe that's all true. Okay. Irrespective of that, we live in the anti-white narrative. That's in the world around us. And we, by way of our concepts, create our own story. And the anti-whites have to come to our story to propagandize us, right? So we've proven that for decades now. And so we can make some predictions. And those predictions can be very valuable. We can now retrodict. We can now talk about the fight between Paul and Tyson. We can now talk about it and explain it to people around us in a way that benefits our people, in a way that draws people into our story, in a way that uses the concepts and the lexical and dialectical power of the go-free dialogic, a simple practice, just the use of concepts in our speaking about socio-political events. We can use these things to cleanse our own mind, to write our own thoughts, to write and cleanse the thoughts of others, to help our people come to an understanding of what's really going on in the world. To be able to have made this prediction, I wish I had known that this fight was going to happen, because we could have talked about this on a bigger scale. We could have talked about this prior and how we could have been communicating with the people around us. I mean, it had the second highest gate of sales in all of boxing history. You think about that for a minute. Think about that. How many people are interested? We're not interested, because really, who gives a crap? But think about all of our brothers and sisters out there who are interested in this, or who are going to be impinged in some way by people who are interested in this. And we could have been communicating, and we still have that opportunity now. It's just, post facto, now we got to do it after the fact. And that's fine. That's fine, because it's going to be talked about for quite a little while before Jake Paul decides to throw another event and have another fight. But totally predictable at every level. Yes, Dandy Westman and those others who were on to this, good on you. Big salutes to all of you all to be talking about it from a white positive perspective. Nothing wrong with Mike Tyson. Nothing wrong with the fact he was a great boxer back in the day, without taking nothing away. Not going to take anything away from anybody in their performance and their athleticism. He was a great boxer back in the day. Definitely not a Klitschko. Definitely not a number of other. And if I were going to put up any boxers posters, and I wouldn't, but if I were going to do that, then it would be a Klitschko. I could still totally respect Holyfield. I could totally respect for their craft, for the art, for their dedication, all of that. But I am a Westman, and so I'm going to laud and celebrate my people. Nobody does that. In fact, it's immoral in the anti-white narrative to do that. So I'm going to do it louder and prouder than anywhere else. So we could say that indeed, with this fight between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, that the regime, that the anti-white narrative, that the anti-whites in it, that your average person who's going to be villainy signaling is going to be siding with, irrespective of Jake Paul, is going to be siding with the non-white guy, because in the anti-white narrative, non-whites are always the good guys. They're always harmed by Western kind. They're always exploited. They're always down and tried. Doesn't matter. They could be a billionaire, like so many of them now are. So many of them are in the West. And they're still downtrodden. They're still exploited by the white race. They're still suffering from 10 trillion years of oppression by white babies who are in the womb still. They're still suffering. So everybody is siding. Everywhere I looked, I didn't find a single person that was for Jake Paul. Not a single one. Now, I'm not saying there aren't any, but I am your casual observer. So I'm a good barometer of this. I'm your casual observer of the fight and the attention that it was getting. And so I went out there and I looked. No one. Now, Jake Paul is some internet personality. He got started, the very little bit I know about him, he got started when he was like a young teen, maybe even preteen, I don't know, but maybe just into the teens, making videos with his brother, who was a couple of years older than him. And I think they were on Vine, and they had this colossal following on Vine, many, many, many millions. And then Vine, of course, went belly up, and he went to work for Disney, and he played some Disney Dirk something or other on Disney, and made a bunch of money there and got popularity there. But he was also at the same time doing his own YouTube videos, he and his brother, and they were making too much noise apparently, and they were having big parties and big get-togethers. This guy has grown up inside of YouTube, inside of the streaming world. His whole formative years was formed by, how do I make more of a spectacle? How do I get more people to watch me? How do I get more people to celebrate me? That's his formative years. Could you imagine? Formative years doing this kind of thing. And it goes up through YouTube and then starts making music. I think it's mostly like rap music. The only video I can remember of his that I saw 20 seconds of maybe was a rap video where he's driving. And the only reason I remember it is because it's a beautiful white Lambo and the doors are open and it's a total spectacle. The guy is like a master of the spectacle to get you to look at what he's doing. And it seems like this has completely engendered a lot of jealous hatred of him. Now, is he anti-white? I don't know. I don't follow him. Maybe he's said anti-white things. Maybe he's done anti-white things. I don't know. I can see that he's blonde and that he's white and that he doesn't look Jewish to me. So if anybody wants to fill me in on that, I don't know. But maybe he's done. Maybe you all can fill me in on any anti-white garbage that he's said or participated. I would assume he has, if he's been in the public eye. So this is not a defense of him. This is just totally a neutral observation of facts and events. So I know he made some songs. I think they were all rap, big, doing crazy things. The Lambo was gorgeous. I don't know if that was, probably rented it for the purpose of the video at the time, but he's got more than enough money now. And so he worked his way up into these spectacle boxing matches. He had what's known as a white collar fight, which is where people, I think that's where it started for him. They come together and they either have very little or no training in boxing. They get into the ring and they duke it out for a dough, and people show up and they want to see a bunch of novices go at it because that can be funny and interesting. And you can see some real shots. So it can be interesting there. Some real shots that are landed. And then he just progressed to, let's make it more and more of a spectacle. So if you all know more about why he is disliked, other than because he's able to make such a spectacle of himself, calls himself the problem child, makes such a spectacle, make a lot of money doing it. And I think going through good looking women, I think I have a video here of whoever he showed up with, a good looking woman. If there's more to it than that, fill me in. Bottom line though is he's white. He could be the nicest guy ever. He could be not known and hated. But if he's fighting a non-white guy, the vast majority of people in the West, in America, are going to be siding with the non-white guy. And that, my friends, is a real window to understanding where we live, what we live in. What's the narrative? Is it some sort of random narrative that changes for every piece of news? Is it some sort of narrative that changes for every regime in the White House, every regime on Downing Street, every regime? Is it what is the narrative? We can see very clearly, because this is consistent over the course of our lives, parents' lives, grandparents' lives, great-grandparents' lives, children's lives, grandchildren's lives, that there is an anti-white narrative. And that anti-white narrative is girded, is supported, is based in the anti-white moral imperative. It's immoral to us because it victimizes us. But we're talking about a social morality of a country, of a nation, of a people, of a civilization, indeed of all of the West. The social morality of all of the West, it's an immorality, and it's anti-whiteism, which means every time a white guy is going to be in a contest, whether or not, what do we see when it comes to teams in sports ball? What do we see when it's a non-white team or mostly non-white team playing a white team or mostly white team? The white or mostly white team is the bad guys. They're portrayed as the villains. They're portrayed as the people who have it over time, and they're the ones who should win. And the non-white people, or the mostly non-white team, well, they're always the underdog, and they're the one that everybody wants to see win, and they're the ones. So we come to Jake Paul, Mike Tyson boxing match with all of that baggage. We come to this with fans who are booing the guy who got this old ass out of a rocking chair, and a guy that they love and worship for some reason. And again, Mike Tyson, not taking anything away from the boxing prowess when he was a young man, and he obviously deserves respect for that and the talent. And I get it. He's an old guy, and these people love him like what? He is the second coming. Why? Why is that? Why aren't they as excited about white boxers? Well, everything I just said. So it's like I told you before when it came to the sports ball here, football, American football in Washington, D.C. When RG3, the quarterback, was recruited, a guy who was god-awful in college for quarterbacking, who already had a major injury and several surgeries on his knee, which means he's done. He's not going to be able to last in the NFL. A guy who is way too light to play as a quarterback in the NFL. A guy whose playbook was restricted to a dozen plays because he was too stupid to remember anymore. When the Washington Redskins, what they were called at the time, recruited him, in all of D.C., I live here in D.C., all of D.C. acted like Jesus fucking Christ had come down eating fried chicken from heaven and was going to save the nation, was going to save not only the Redskins, but the fucking world. Personalized plates in Virginia. Virginia leads, I think, the country in personalized plates. Of different iterations of RG3, and it showed up everywhere. Stickers. He hadn't touched the field, the professional football field. And people with any sense at all. And it's just, I mention it and I dip into it because it is such a magnificent example of how anti-whiteism poisons the brains. And this is how we have to understand the folks around us. They have brain poisoning. That's what's happened to them. That's what anti-whiteism is. They have lived lives inside of fiction that their subconscious mind, which controls 95 to 99% of their life and more, lived lives in this fiction where the non-white person is the wrongly put upon, the exploited in every case. So they've witnessed it firsthand. They believe. And he always, or she always comes in there and saves the day. So RG3, articles were going out, every radio station, people were naming their children who were being born. He hadn't played a game. He hadn't played a single game. They were already naming their children after this guy. What a sick, white people, what a sick population that we have. And that we need to understand. Siegfried is talking to these people in the Twitter space, and it's like none of them, or most of them, or some of them are totally not taking the context and reality into consideration at all. And the population that we have, and the tools that our victimizers wield, the knowledge that our victimizers, they don't take any of that into consideration. So what happens? RG3 gets on the field and he fucking sucks. And he sucks. And it's nothing but excuses. And what do the excuses entail? Blaming white people. Blaming white people everywhere for RG3 sucking. This guy sucked. And I normally don't use that word. I dislike it for that purpose. But he sucked. He sucked like he was in a fucking bathhouse. He was just all over the bathhouse. That's how bad this guy was. And didn't he get a beautiful, with the mighty payment that the Redskins gave him, a beautiful white wife? Or am I confusing him? I think somebody tagged me. I think he got a beautiful white wife immediately with the massive sum of money that the Washington Redskins, now the Commanders, because they are all a bunch of Claudine gays, gave to him to do nothing, to be lousy for season after season. Mike Tyson sucked. Mike Tyson sucked. And he knows he sucked. And anybody out there who's I hope it offends you, because it means you're anti-white and you're going to have to address this problem in you. Tyson got out there. Jake Paul did everything he could. And remember, this is no defense of Jake Paul. I don't know who he is. If he wants to jump in the live chat, say hello, I'll send him the invite link and he can come on and talk about it. He seems to me like maybe he's wild enough to do that, the problem child. So if he wants to come on and talk about it and defend himself or defend Mike Tyson or whatever it is, hey, the mic is open to you if you want to show up. Having said that, Jake Paul, from what I could see, did everything he could to make Mike Tyson comfy and to give Mike Tyson an environment where Tyson could fight, where Tyson had a chance to actually fight and contend with Jake Paul. Because quite honestly, Jake Paul could have finished Tyson in the first round. That's how much Tyson sucks and how good Jake Paul is at boxing. No, he's not. From what and again, I'm not like some serious follower of professional boxing. I've been in a fight or two myself over the years. I have been in the ring myself a time or two over the years, but I'm no like big follower. I can tell you though, he can fight. He can hit really hard. You can just watch any of the videos. His size, the reach that he has, right that he has, he can fight. He created an environment, only 8 rounds, only 2-minute rounds, so that Mike Tyson would not get wore out, so that Mike Tyson would be able to literally fight Jake Paul. What did Mike Tyson do? Totally expected, given if you just look at his last fight and some of the other fights. Mike Tyson has a problem. And if folks remember, it seems like maybe they choose to forget, Mike Tyson underwent this many, many years ago, hypnosis to overcome the problem of just giving up in the ring. Does anybody else remember that? Does anybody else remember back in the day where he was getting these sessions of hypnosis when he was in his prime, because he had this problem of when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to fight, when it just seemed too overwhelming, he just would give up That's what he fucking did. Now you have the heavy copium coming in to say, oh, he could have not only Dandy Westman right, that people are saying, oh, Jake Paul, I cannot tell you. I cannot even tell you the number of how many videos, white women, non-white women, white guys, non-white guys. I mean, just everywhere. Why white women? What is your problem? Saying, well, why don't you just go down to the old folks' home, Jake? Fight a few of them there. Seriously? This is supposed to be Iron Mike Tyson, and Jake Paul not only did he do everything he could to make an environment where Tyson could legitimately fight Jake throughout the totality of the fight. Not only did he do that, but then he took it easy on Tyson. Here's the reality. Mike Tyson came out in round 1 and tried. And he realized in round 1 and a tiny bit into round 2 that he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. He realized he got hit a couple times. It hurt. It dazed him. And he realized he wasn't going to be able to get in tight on Jake Paul. He wasn't going to be able to chase him around the ring because he doesn't have the stamina for it. So he just gave up. He just said he's getting $20 million to be in that ring, to go the distance or to fight whatever it was. I don't know what the exact contractual agreement was. Does he have to go all 8 rounds or whatever? But all he had to do was get in that ring for $20 million. So he ended up if you watch it or watch any of it after the fact, you'll see exactly what I'm saying, or those who watched as well. He started in the second round just standing flat-footed because he gave up. Just listen to his speech after his last fight where he said, oh, I'm never fighting again. I don't have it in me. I didn't want to do this. He gave up. That's what he did last night. He gave up, did not want to fight. And what happened which is pretty shitty of him, to be quite honest, because he's getting paid $20 million to make it a fight. And halfway through the second round, you could clearly see at that point that Jake had to start going easy on Tyson because he wanted to give the audience a spectacle. He wanted to give the audience a show. So here, this awful guy that all of these fans wanted to see lose, he came out to, Phil Collins in the Air Tonight. And the house was booing him. And Tyson comes out, just walks out. He didn't even care. He didn't even want to try. But he just walks out, and the people everywhere, online, in the stadium, going crazy for the old guy, which is asinine that anybody would think that there would be a hope with a 58-year-old, as beat up as he is. Maybe if Tyson had all the training and never got in the ring, and by the time he was 58, he didn't have all the war wounds from the years, maybe he'd have a better chance against a 27-year-old that can fight. But no, he's got a lifetime of being in the ring, getting hit in the head, and all the war wounds. Every guy out there who has played sports of any various types, we know about the war wounds. We know about how you get older, and they hurt more and they get hurt easier and everything. So this was ridiculous. I don't know who it was. It wasn't Dana White. Somebody said that, is magic possible? And Tyson really going to get in there and make and accomplish something? And then wrote afterward, magic isn't real. No shit. I'm glad that you're wealthy and that I'm in poverty compared to you, that you couldn't figure this shit out. But that's exactly what happened. He came out, he threw the towel in halfway through the second round, and then Jake Paul hated everywhere, went easy on Mike Tyson for the remainder, and then at the very end, in the final 10 seconds, bowed to Tyson. Yeah, I said that right. 10 seconds left in the 8th round. They slap the mat, letting him know, you better throw it all down now. Put it all, empty the tank right now, because this is the end. And Jake Paul decided to bow to him. Obviously, a really smart move by Jake. But nonetheless, what did this get the white guy? Remember, Jake Paul, he's the whole white race in this spectacle. Remember that. It's like Daniel Penny right now. It's the whole white. Every time there's a white guy, it's the whole white race. A black rapist goes on trial. It's not all black rapists, much less all black guys and all black women and all black children. But when a white guy is convicted of something, it's all white people. He's being tried for something. It's all white people on trial. It's all white people that have the noose of suspicion drawn around their necks. It's all white people, even the white people who are still in the womb. It's all white people. And so Jake Paul in that ring was representing all white people when he was being, irrespective of your opinion of Jake, you need to be mature enough to be an adult here and do the right thing, think the right thing, and have lucidity of your thinking. You can hate Jake Paul for whatever reasons. You need to understand, when they're hating on Jake Paul, when they're booing Jake Paul in that ring, irrespective of his behavior, they're hating and booing you, white man, you, white woman, you, white child. This isn't about Jake. Have you figured it out yet? It's about us. Let that silence sit in. It's about us. And so now what happens after the fight? The white race, not Jake Paul, the white race is an exploiter. Exploited an old man. So an anti-white piece of shit that before the fight was saying, oh, Tyson's going to drop him. Tyson's just going to whoop his ass. And they have no excuse, no like logic to defend that position. It's just a black guy and a white guy. So in the anti-white narrative, the black guy's going to win. He's going to whoop his ass. And then same anti-white, as soon as the fight's over, and goddamn, Tyson landed 18 punches. Jake Paul, 78 punches, and he wasn't trying. He was half there. 78 punches to 18 punches. The same anti-white who said Tyson's going to drop him in round one turned right around and said, Jake Paul exploiting an old man. White race exploiting the non-white race to make himself rich, to make himself to make yourself rich, to make yourself famous. White person. Have you figured this out yet? Then the copium takes several other forms, and I'm going to get off of this. I want to see what y'all say, if y'all have anything to say. We're going to get on to our next item. But Jake Paul, third highest paid athlete as a consequence of, and now with this fight, I don't know, maybe even more. I think he made $40 million off of this. So he's doing something right. But these same anti-whites out there, now they're saying, oh, the fight was rigged. Yeah, the only rigging to the fight was that Jake Paul, when he saw Mike Tyson give up, went easy on him the rest of the time. Danced around and went easy on him the rest of the time. That was the only rigging. It was a real fight until Tyson gave up. Jake Paul he wants money. He wanted Tyson to fight him. And you could see that in the first round, Jake Paul was at moments where Tyson got in close and landed a couple of heavy punches. You could see the concern on Jake Paul's face, like, holy shit, here we go. Oh, here we go. This is Iron Mike, and I'm fighting Iron Mike. And you have all that reputation from the past of Mike Tyson. And so naturally, Jake is going to have concern at that moment. But as soon as he was able to tie him up and then squirm away and Tyson realized there was no chance. Jake was his hands were faster than Mike's. His reach was longer. He had infinitely more stamina. Tyson gave up. So now all these anti-white copium bitches out there, now they're all like, oh, the fight was rigged. They weren't actually supposed to fight. Why is the fight rigged? Because the black guy didn't drop the white guy. Oh, it was all rigged because it was just about making money. And who's at fault? Who are they saying is at fault for this? Not the black guy who participated. You guys have to have eyes and ears for what's really going on. It's the white guy that they're blaming. Immediately they say, the white guy set all this up. The white guy is to blame for the fight being rigged. Not the black guy who had to have participated in the rigging. I mean, you're saying he didn't throw any punches because it was rigged. But no, there's no FU to the black guy. There's only an FU to the white guy. And the coping goes on and on. They're showing these videos. I'll show maybe one or two where they show Mike Tyson in the ring practicing, where he's throwing punches against a guy who is not gloved up to throw punches back. And they're like, look at him here. Ergo, he was going easy on Jake Paul. Bullshit. Jake Paul 100% could have flatlined Mike Tyson in round one. He could have flatlined him. If they were to get back together in another 6 months, another year, now Jake Paul, knowing that the reputation of these devastating punches from Tyson is gone, he would destroy him in the first round. Let's have an actual a round, a full round, not one of these like baby rounds, geriatric round. Have a full round, and Tyson will be flatlined in round one. That's the reality. Why do I mention it? I'm not into boxing. I mention it because what does the anti-white narrative say? The reality is that the white guy here would maybe put this guy in the hospital for months, maybe lifelong injuries for the rest of his life. That's the reality. The anti-white narrative, the white guy exploited him, or Tyson participated and the white guy is evil for rigging everything, never ends. I'm going to show this first because this is probably why a lot of people are jealous of Jake Paul. This is how he showed up to the fight. Thank you. Okay. I'm feeling it too. All right, I'm feeling it. All right, and I heard, I don't know if it's true, you all can chime in and let me know. Was the pair of trunks that Jake Paul wore, were they really $1 million? They were bedizened in, it appeared, diamonds. Did it really cost $1 million? Talk about somebody who had literally formed his formative years in creating spectacles. One more really quick, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Here is Mike, and in great shape for a 58-year-old. I mean, no doubt about it. Okay, so Mike Tyson working out, throwing a couple punches, and then taking a 10-minute breather that they don't show you. Throwing a couple punches against a guy who isn't throwing punches back. And then they show you this clip to show you, to claim that this is somehow rigged.
Wrapped during training, there were health issues.
All right, really actually not much in that one, or it's glitching maybe. Let's see if the other one. Okay, here's one more. And then look, this is, I just want to give you an example of the anti-whites at work. And you're going to see this with the white people who are just vagues, villainy signaling anti-whiteism. You'll see that with the anti-whites and of all races. It's particularly upsetting when it's white. You'll see it at the office. You'll see it at the coffee shop. You'll see it at the bar. You'll see it at the saloon. You'll see whatever. And they're going to be making these sorts of excuses across the spectrum of sports. Here you have a tiny clip. Right here is where Mike said, whoops, I got to stop or I won't get paid. Tyson lands a jab, and then they act like, well, he's not going to, he's got to remember that it's rigged. He's not going to get paid if he finishes off. What are you talking about? He's in a boxing match. He landed a jab, and Paul was not hurt by it. So anyhow, I'm not going to show any more of that. Just wanted breaking the internet overnight. This was another, I won't show it. It was Paul throws a wild over the top right, which he has knocked people out with or knocked them down with. And Tyson ducks under it from his skill, learning how to box over all these years, being in the ring, a professional. He ducks it and then doesn't have a punch. And they're at that point, and they're acting like these anti-whites acting like, oh, well, again, evidence that it was rigged all along. Bravo, Sierra. We're going to move along, though. I got to talk about, I want to see what you all have to say, but I really got to talk about this Jonathan Greenblatt saying he works for the Jewish team. And all of these soy goy anti-Jews out there, and Keith Woods at the center of them, making hay off of that deep jealousy, off of that need, off of that deep, sadistic, pathetic need to have an excuse to be a loser. And I responded, and of course, my response has like 2,000 views. And Keith Woods' comment, quoting Greenblatt, saying the only team I play for is the Jewish team, like 100,000 views. What's going on, Twitter? White positivity, totally censored, totally shadow banned. Naming the Jew, huge views on Twitter. What's going on, Musk? Samuski says, if I were Tyson, I would have taken out a life insurance contract with named beneficiaries and riders that would ensure I get something if I lived, get something if I, didn't live through the fight for the life insurance policy. I mean, I guess he was probably in the contract. He was probably, or his beneficiaries were probably going to get the 20 mil. So if he died in the ring, and Jake Paul could have killed him. This is so insane. Open your eyes. This is so insane how anti-white this world is. Because it's the white guy. Because it's the white guy, it's, well, the black guy could have destroyed him, or the black guy was used by the white guy. And doesn't this ring true of all of your entertainment media? Your novels, your movies, your made-for-TV movies. Isn't that the exact same? If a non-white person is going to be a villain, they're always a villain because a white person has caused them to be. Pressed into service, persecuted as a child, whatever it is. So even if Tyson participated in the rigging, it's all Jake Paul's fault. It's all the white guy's fault. And then they still continue with this. The other line wasn't rigged, but Tyson went easy on him because Tyson could have destroyed him. Because in the anti-white narrative, the white guy always loses to the black guy. This is how disturbed and distorted, and I can't believe that you could watch this. You would have to have your head watching this fight with your head up your ass to not see that Tyson quit when he realized he wasn't going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Jake Paul. Azimuth Clark is here. Linda is here. Great to see everybody. Ivan is here. Says Floyd Mayweather would have been a better fight now or in his prime. There is something to be said about Western aesthetics. In Rocky, I couldn't care less about the narrative. I rooted for Draco. Was that his name? Draco? Because he looked like peak white male. He was very handsome. That actor, by the way, is in Mensa. He's actually a genius as well as beautifully created. I was checking up on who was passed up in 2012 draft class for RG3. There was a QB from Mississippi that broke all of Brett Favre's records, says Westman Positivity. Wow. Yeah, the Redskins gave up, and they didn't recover. They gave up like 3 or so picks to get RG3. Nameless One is here. Great to see you. Shade says there is something to be said. Okay, I got that. Proud Citizen, the fight kind of reminded me of a charity fight for the anti-white Mitt Romney had against Evander Holyfield. Yes. Anglo-Saxon NWG Blue Build is here. What are your thoughts on the fight? Am I not hitting the nail on the head here for how it's being viewed and interpreted by the anti-whites? Or do you agree? And if so, in what ways? Shade Knight says Jesus would prefer grilled chicken or buttermilk chicken, not fried chicken. All right. Thank you, Anglo-Saxon, for helping out. Yeah, tag me as No White Guilt if you have a comment or not. DN was trying to say that Tyson's a likable guy and that Paul is not likable. Well, that's a subjective for you. That is totally subjective. And what about all of the people who are without any knowledge of either and choosing to favor Mike Tyson? And why isn't then all of these same people praising and completely changed their opinion on Jake Paul, since he clearly coddled Tyson through the fight and then bowed to him at the end? I mean, that seems like even the announcer, one of the females, was like, oh my God, I can't believe how easy Jake Paul went on Tyson. She was the only one speaking any sense. The males were not speaking any sense. The female was. So it has everything to do with skin color. How about this, DN? Why is everybody against Daniel, the masses, against Daniel Penny? Why is that? How likable or unlikable do you know him to be? So you might be able to say in one instance that subjectively you like Tyson more than Jake Paul, but did you like the Michael Jackson impersonator that lost his life less, and you like Penny more? And how would you know? It has everything to do with race. Everything to do with it. And you know, if you're going to be honest, that if the races were reversed there, that there would have been no arrest. There would have been no arrest. And in fact, a black Daniel Penny would have been lauded. You would probably see him in Axe deodorant body commercials with beautiful white women hanging off of him. We all know this. So if you're going to come in here and deny, and I'm not saying you are, but for those out there who are going to come in and deny obvious reality, we just can't have a conversation. We just absolutely cannot have a conversation. And I will invite you, not you personally, DN, but anybody else who is going to deny the reality around us then I invite you to leave, because I'm not going to allow you to gaslight me or anybody else. Clearly has everything to do with race. Everything to do with race. And how do you explain that all of these claims now that Tyson, even though he participated in the rigging, is not at fault? Why is it all the white man's fault? Because of the races. Thanks for playing along. Linda Hunter says, what do we think about the entrance of Trump into the MMA event? I didn't see him go in. What happened? Tag me again. Let me know. Golden Honeybee, great to see you. I'm making my bed and catching up with No White Guilt. Double time. Double time. Tyson, well, Shay, that's true. Tyson is a convicted rapist. But I guess a rapist who's a nice guy, that when you are when you're non-white, I guess it's okay. Okay, let us continue along here. Dolph Lundgren, and to the U.S. on a full ride scholarship to MIT. Yep, that's the actor's name. Fornall pointing out, it's not just skin color. It absolutely is not just skin color. It's the Biospirit. But yeah, skin color is what someone who ignores the differences in Biospirit reduces that to. It's just our skin colors. There's nothing else there. It's just a difference in our spray paint. It's a biospiritual, a marrow difference among the peoples of man. And as we say all the time, one's not better than the other, but they are quintessential differences that produce different behaviors and therefore different cultures and therefore different civilizations. And that is all important to us today, because the West is not going to be the West unless white people are there to make it the West every second of every day. Anti-Whiteism ends with you got banned on Twitter. What excuse did they give you? Tag me with the excuse they gave you. This could be, we'll see. Tag me with the excuse they gave you for banning you. All right. Linda said it was lift the roof off reception. Oh, everybody's celebrating Trump for the win. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. And he didn't even have to go to that. It does say here, just to round off the conversation, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul estimated to make a combined $60 million from controversial Netflix bout. Those who bought Netflix subscriptions to watch the athletically uninspiring and technically challenged fight between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul overwhelmingly believe they did not get their money's worth from Friday night's fight. And who is everybody blaming? Jake Paul. But everybody should blame Mike Tyson, because Mike Tyson gave up after the beginning of the second round, decided that he couldn't win, so he wasn't going to bother to try. So it's Mike Tyson's fault. Jake Paul wanted a fight. The bigger the fight that Mike Tyson had given him, the more money Jake Paul would make next spectacle. As for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, however, they definitely got their money's worth. While exact figures are unknown, DraftKings Network reported that the 27-year-old YouTuber and 58-year-old former heavyweight champ will walk away with a combined $60 million. Tyson, who entered the matchup with a reported net worth of $10 million, is expected to make $20 million, according to DraftKings. So a lot of this talk also of Mike having to do this, being exploited because he's destitute, $10 million net worth, fuck you. To put this number in perspective, that's approximately the same amount of money he earned from his historic beatdown of Spinks in '88. Not a bad night's work for the 58-year-old. As for Paul, the influencer and childhood star turned YouTuber and boxer, is reportedly expected to earn $40 million, twice as much as Tyson. Probably will be slandered for that. Like, why does the white guy get more? Because the white guy is the one setting it all up. Because the white guy is the one with all of the energy that people want to come see. The black guy needed the white guy in this fight to make his money. The white guy could have fought anyone and made himself money. The black guy couldn't get a fight to make money. That's why. That's nothing against Tyson. It's just an observable empirical fact. Well, some will argue that Tyson is a legend and fan favorite and thus should make more than Paul. What? No, yeah. That makes no sense. There are other factors. Paul has 21 million YouTube subscribers, 27 million Instagram followers. So that's the rest of it, as you can see. We're going to get on to Keith Woods and Jonathan Greenblatt. There we have. This is the tweet, and it's my response. It's good to see everybody here. Winged Productions is here in the house. We're going to take a moment to look at this, and we're going to get into, you're going to be absolutely stunned out of your mind, ladies and gentlemen. They're fixing DEI, and we had so many out there, so many people out there like Starbuck and all of these others, Ricky, that were like, let's just call it by what they want it called. And he might be a great guy, and I think he opposes. They made a video about child exploitation for that. I 100% endorse and support that. He needs to start using our concepts, because if he uses the anti-whites concepts, it's not going anywhere. So he said he knows better. He's doing it by pointing it out as DEI. We know it's going to become things like bridge and inclusive growth, but they're not going to just get rid of the term DEI either, which of course we call DIE, the original, die, which is what it does to our people. White erases us. Oh, they're going to fix it all right. You're going to be really surprised how they're fixing it. School in New York City, showing the way. A bellwether, canary in the coal mine. You're going to see how DEI is getting fixed. I can't wait. Boy, I'm so happy for the conservatives. We're going to get there in a moment, though. All right. Sivan saying, I don't know what that word is. So, and I am a genius. My verbal IQ is off the charts. No idea what that is, so no one is going to know. So they're just, call them anti-whites. They're anti-whites. It's got to be, I've tried this out on people in blue collar, in white collar for decades. It works. It works. It works. Stick with what works. We're running out of time. The ideology is anti-whiteism. So here we have a great example of but if I have understood what you're saying incorrectly, please tag me again and give me the rest of the context and information. Here we have a great example of the inveterate, inept, midget-sticked approach to our victimization, where instead of being a hero, a man of the West, a woman of the West, which is what we do here, instead of being a hero, You are an insufferable little fuck. Sorry for my language. I was trying to say several different words there, and I just went with the one that you heard. This is what a bitch does. This is what somebody who is pathetic does. And it's so sad that the West is full of so many of these. I guess it's their mothers choosing pussies for fathers. And so then the mother gives birth to pussies. And then it's the food that they eat, and it's the shots that they are given. And then they're so confused. They don't know. They're like the African frogs that have been drenched in atrazine, and they're like sterile, or they lose their penis and grow a vagina, or whatever it is. That's what this comes from. And he continues to find followers. This, let's just complain about the Jews. Let's just bitch about the Jews some more. Let's just gripe about the Jews. We need a scapegoat to explain why we as white men used to do and build and make and conquer and everything, have such great dignity, and now we have nothing. And so we just need an excuse now. Fuck you. Every one of you cowards. You don't represent the recapture of our destiny. You don't represent the leadership of the white race. Being anti-Jew is not being white positive. Being a soy goy is being a loser bitch. We are men of the West. We are women of the West. We live in our story. Review the world where we are centered in that story. This insufferable bitching, complaining about Jews is the biggest sign that manliness has left Western kind. It has nothing to do with defending Jews, you little. It has nothing to do with that. That's what you'll say because you are an incompetent little micro penis bitch. That's what you'll say. But it has everything to do with being a man and woman of the West, the heroes in our story. So here you have Keith Woods personifying that mindset. Where he says here, he says, I'm going to quote Jonathan. I think it's a great point. And he's got a massive audience of these losers to speak to, doesn't he? Massive audience of these losers. The same sort of Fuentesians, and he's in the Fuentesian, he's a Fuentesian, in the same sort of orbit of people who will be fine with you being their content and thought creator, even if you're sucking on another man's toes, as long as you will prosecute the case against the scapegoat group better than they can. They'll be fine with you assaulting unprovoked an obese senior citizen female with a weapon as long as you will slander Jews. That's not men of the West. That's not defense of our people. These people are the aides of our resistance. So here you have Keith Woods, and he tweets, and I've been trying to be nice to this guy ever since, we were on like speaking terms until he entered the Fuentesian orbit, and like so many others, then suddenly when you get that Fuentesian audience, probably half of which are Turing test passing bots that are operated probably out of Washington or Tel Aviv or whatever, and they keep the resistance to our victimization focused on this immoral and dickless hatred of Jewish people. Where you don't accomplish anything. You never will accomplish anything. So here he says, I'm going to tweet out this. He says, I'm going to make a big point. Hundreds of thousands of people will see this, make a big point. Jonathan Greenblatt says, the only team I play for is the Jewish team. And you know what I say? That sounds pretty fucking moral to me. That sounds like exactly what we need to emulate.
But look, again, I think my job as the head of the ADL is to call balls and strikes, not to play for the red team, not to play for the blue team. The only team I play for is the Jewish team.
Amen. If you're hearing that and your first thought is, damn Jews, damn dudes, you are a soy goy. You probably already know it, though, because you sit down when you piss. If your first thought is damn Jews, you are a soy goy. Your first thought should be, holy crap, that is exactly how we need to think. Holy hell, that is exactly how I think. Of course. How about holy hell? So that's how it works. Holy hell. So that's how you get your tiny population into positions of power and authority. That's how you get these moral outcomes of people in your community showing up with money or their expertise or whatever it is to defend your community members, even when they don't know any of them. Oh, that's how it works. Instead, oh, the fucking toes. You should really be reading Mine Waste of Time. So I write back, exactly, Keith Woods. And like normal, no response from Keith Woods. And the way to end our victimization, I continue, is to center our people rather than complaining about them centering theirs. So here's a challenge to everybody hearing my voice, live or in replay. Here's a challenge. I challenge you to center us. To use the Go Free dialogic, we teach you exactly how to center us. To not be a selfish individualist bitch who stands outside of the Jewish people, following them around like a shadow haunting them throughout their lives, throughout time. And you know what a shadow is made of? Nothing. You're nothing. So I challenge you to stop being nothing and become a man or woman of the West. Decades I've been pointing this out. Decades you all have had no success with shadow haunting, being anti-Jewish, a soy goy. It's done nothing. It's sent you to jail. It's ruined your relationships. It's taken your children away. It's nothing but negative. And pointing at that and saying, see, that's what you did to yourself, bitch. You saw it coming. You go stand in front of their guns. And then when they pull the trigger, you say, look, I'm shot. No shit. You absolute vegetable. No shit. So sick of these people. So Keith, whenever you want to have a conversation, bro, when are you? I know you're in a Fuentesian. I know you're a Fuentesian and you've decided that you've got a good thing going. You know, Mark and I brought you on when you were nobody, when you were nothing. You had no following. Do you remember? I do. And we promoted you. And then you decided to just disappear and do your own thing once you had all of the attention. So I remember that very clearly. You would think that you'd have some gratitude. You would think that you would have some respect. But no, you just have this. You're just going to go ahead and continue to drive the white race into perdition with the complaining about people like Jonathan Greenblatt. Jonathan Greenblatt is not bad. Here's the final point I'm going to make on this. Jonathan Greenblatt is not a POS because he loves his people. You little bitch. That is a glorious thing that Jonathan Greenblatt does. Jonathan Greenblatt is a POS because he's anti-white. Jonathan Greenblatt is a POS because he's anti-white. You are not, Keith, you are not going to be able to slander a peoplehood and the acts of people who belong to a tribe, to a group, and then emulate that behavior. And maybe that reality is why you are pushed and we are shadow banned. Maybe because the people who are anti-white in power push you, allow you to reach people and silence us, because your position will prevent the white race from ever emulating the behavior of percentages of non-white groups who serve individual well-being by way of group well-being. Maybe that's why you get the hundreds of thousands along with Lil Nicky, who beats up on old fat women. Maybe that's why, and goes out on dates with lolly socks. Maybe that's why you get the views and we get the silence. If you care about white people, then you should be pushing the stuff that we're doing that works. Total, I swear I wish I could say the things I want to say. Go to a toilet and make friends with the turds. That's what you need. If you're going to keep doing this shit, find yourself a toilet and make friends with the turd. I guess that's what you're already doing with these groups. Like Witless Witzke, who's married to a non-white, big white defender. We can run down the list of all of these white champions that are in these multiracial anti-Jew circles. Big concerns for white people. Now we're going to see how the anti-whites will handle fixing DEI. And it's a perfect connection here. It's a perfect connection. I'll take a look at what you're saying as we roll, because I am glorious. I want to see your comments. I want to see your tags. Let me get an amen. Let me get a hoorah on whatever chats that you're in. Because this is White Wellbeing Church. We actually care about white people. And call these content creators to hell who want to keep white people in this state of AIDS-ridden complaints and shadow haunting other groups of human beings. And then they say, you're doing, and they show up and they're like, it's one of two ways. Either you're for or against the Jews. Or turn the light switch off for yourself. Turn it off. If no greater sign could be that you are Judeo-centric. You're no different than the Bible Belt thumpers who are Judeo-centric, worshiping Jews. You're no different. You're as useless as they are. You're as detrimental as they are. So now this is a perfect story to link to this. In this glorious day in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, what time is it where you are on planet Earth, Sunday evening, Monday morning, rocking this White Wellbeing Church? This is a perfect story because it is a tale of two interpretations, isn't it? It's going to be a tale of two interpretations. Let's see. How are the anti-whites going to fix DEI? Because it's got to be fixed. Donald Trump just received a mandate from the American people. And the American people and our brothers and sisters, Western kind around the world, are expecting deep and abiding changes made, profound and permanent changes made to Western civilization so we can head in a different direction, a direction that's not anti-white, whether these people are explicit or implicit in those desires and outcomes. How's it going to be handled? New York City, and here is your canary in the coal mine of how it's going to be handled. And get ready. I want to hear you all. I want you to tag me as No White Guilt on the different platforms that you're listening on. And make sure you share this shit, because we are the people who are actually shadow banned. We are the people who are actually silenced. I just had, by the way, Slaughtz, just so you know, and I'll tell you all maybe later in, I just ran another commercial on Twitter using the same image. I changed it though, but the same verbiage, the same link, where we got Donald Trump to say that there's an anti-white problem in America as well, and it can't be allowed either. And they censored it again. So who are the people? I'm paying and being censored. Who are the people being censored? So get ready for a tale of two interpretations. Tag me as No White Guilt when you see what the anti-Jews, how they will interpret this. And then what are the steps? What are the two different outcomes? Completely different. Talk about a fork in the road. How one New York City school is challenging DEI dogma is shaping the leaders of tomorrow. So this is another one of those schools. You see them across the West where the people who are already, and this is what I talk about, these micro socialistic networks that these folks love. And that so many white people especially who are anti-Jew, they're like, oh, well, we just got to get rid of this entire group of people. Not even, thanks for your wish listing, pussy, child, infant. Thanks for your wish listing. That ain't going to happen. So we just got to get rid of them. And then everything will be fine. Except these micro-socialistic groups will persist in the West. And you will continue to be harmed as a consequence. And then what are you going to say? Should have listened to Jason. It'll be too late. So this is another one of those schools that people in these micro-socialistic networks, they send their kids. And then their kids go from these elite high schools. They go from the elite high schools onto the elite colleges where they then get hired 6-7 figures to be our bosses, our governors, etc. How are they going to handle it? How do you think? The re-election of Donald Trump has left many progressives, anti-whites, worried. And this is New York Post. You know what I haven't heard more than ever in my life is since Donald Trump won, conservative content creators, platforms using the word woke like there is no tomorrow. Ain't no tomorrow. You got to say it all that you can say it today. Was there some kind of an order put out? The re-election of Donald Trump has left many anti-whites worried about the future of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI programs. And with good reason. We've gone through, how many different businesses did we look at? I think it was 7 total. There was Ford, there was Harley, there were a number of others who all said, yeah, we're changing the name. Robbie calling it a victory because they're going to change the name of DEI. And I'm like, wait, he's old enough to remember when it wasn't called that and it was still there. But let's continue. Yet, as head of the school in New York City, I've come to recognize an ironic truth. DEI programs, as traditionally practiced, can be divisive, placing students into rigid roles that can drive them apart instead of bringing them together. I want you to pay, I read through this with Rapunzel. I want you to pay close attention to the verbiage. This is New York Post. Pay close, because this is propaganda. This article is hardcore propaganda. To do what? To undermine the resistance of conservatives to anti-whiteism. And there are several examples in this article of using parallelism to quiet the mind, to reduce the resistance in the mind, the dissonance in the mind, to create harmony by the parallelism. This is genuine hardcore propaganda in this article. To quiet the dissonance in the mind so that you become accepting of this fix to DEI. Now it's fixed. Now we won. Now as conservatives, we won because it's fixed. So listen carefully. Maybe you'll pick up some of these examples, which is why a new approach to diversity is needed. And what does diversity means? White erasure. Diversity hires, diversity fire. Right? One that avoids the polarized dogma that now defines the DEI landscape. So it's not going, you see. They're going to fix it. This is Bill Köhne. Doesn't look white to me, but he's the principal or dean over there. He's the head of school. At our school, Birch Wathen Lennox. It doesn't sound like one of the schools that I was just talking about. We have embraced a different model, one that prioritizes constructive dialogue, intellectual rigor, and respect for diverse viewpoints. What do I hear right there? I hear that one of the fixes is going to be that non-white children, some of them will be allowed to say that they like freedom of speech, that they like a constitutional republic. That's what I'm hearing as the fix, because the diversity, inclusion, and equity die is remaining somehow. Even though Trump just got a... Isn't this kind of a neat like bait and switch? Well, us Democrats now, we finally, we've seen the error of our ways. America gave a mandate, electoral college, popular vote. We've seen the error of our ways. Don't worry though, conservative America, we're going to fix it. We're gonna fix it all. Let us fix it all up for you. I mean, if you would believe these shysters, you deserve the outcome that you get. He says, we avoid an identity-based curriculum, except wait, in the rest of the article here, that paints broad swaths of students in a single light. Really? What broad swaths of students? Don't worry, they'll tell you. Instead, we promote a unified community that values diversity of thought and shared principles. What principles? Conventional DEI frameworks are long known for their problematic principles. You see, you guys, you got angry about the problematic principles. Things like all white people are evil. So students are often labeled oppressed, or oppressors. The latter saddled with the burden of dismantling historic injustices. The former implicitly encouraged to view their futures as defined by these same strictures. Ooh, so, okay, well, let's see. The binary view denies any sense of agency. And so white student, you have a sense of agency. Your people are the oppressors, but you can be an anti-white and burn them down. Interesting. Reduces personal growth to predetermined identity categories. Also worrisome, traditional DEI efforts often ignore the long history and continued threat of anti-Semitism. Yeah, you heard me right. They're fixing DEI by eradicating the incipient anti-Jewish sentiment in anti-whiteism. That's how they're fixing it, white race. Now we hear the whole Bible Belt, Judeo-centering, white booby morons, Jew-worshipping morons just cheering. They don't give a how many of their white daughters are raped, how many of all of us are saddled with white guilt and can only find an identity that has any value in covering ourselves in tattoos and piercings and homosexual sex and animal sex and whatever else that's out there, waging war on all the norms of the West. But they're going to end the anti-Jewish sentiment. The impact of traditional classroom DEI programs goes beyond identity categories. DEI in schools can push a single set of ideological views as virtues. Topics like white supremacy culture, which bafflingly paints habits such as punctuality as racist and mandates ethnic affinity groups, separate students despite scant research supporting their effectiveness. So, do you see what's happening there? Anti-whiteism is white erasing things like punctuality, because white people have said, we have said, it is one of our virtues to be on time. It doesn't mean that no non-white group has ever said being on time is a good thing. But it is our virtue to be on time. And as a result, anti-whites and anti-whiteism, by way of that ideology, has been white erasing that norm. Do you understand, cuck morons out there? Punctuality is not universal. It's ours. And it will only continue in our world if we defend it as ours, not some universal thing that black people like as much as we do. Well, you can just look up the Umbapi tribe and they look at what they said about punctuality. They didn't say shit about punctuality, jerk. You've got to defend our virtues as ours, because if you don't, you can be talked out of them. So what's happening to anti-whites? They are suffering the consequences of the white erasure of the white norm called punctuality. And so one of the ways they're going to fix DEI is to say to all of the students, no, punctuality is not a white thing. It's an everybody thing. So we don't have to white erase that and continue to suffer teachers not coming on time, janitors not coming on time, students not coming on time. And they're going to be saying that out of one part of their mouth, simultaneously saying out of the other part of their mouth. We see how so many Ashkenazi Jews, since they have light skin like white people, and some of them, their facial features are very similar to white people, are now being included in the evil list of white people, because the physical complexion of anti-whiteism is getting darker and darker. And so we're going to come in and fix this problem to anti-whiteism by saying you're not allowed to be anti-Jewish. Now DEI is all fixed. This is so infuriating. My head is going to blow up. In some cases, academic standards have been lowered. Another example of a white norm that is harming anti-whites and anti-whiteism. It's undermining the ability of these institutions to function by saying we're just going to get rid of all the standards because white people set these standards. How did they get rid of the standards? Because everything that we have created is attacked as retributive justice against white people. That is anti-whiteism. You have to defend it as ours. So they're going to address that problem too. We can't just say we're getting rid of standards, because then we'll turn out anti-whites that are really uneducated, and the rest of the world is going to go by them. America will easily be the anti-whites here will be undermined. So we've got to address that to fix DEI as well. You will notice there isn't one scant word about white people here. Not a single word. DEI is all about victimizing white people. It's all about white erasing us physically from these institutions, white erasing our norms, white erasing us from the leadership of the country we create, of the civilization we create, white erasing us from the street names, white erasing us from the history books, white erasing us from the public square in the form of statues, in the form of our physical presence. White, and there isn't a single word about white people. Who's to blame? Here comes your fork in the road about interpretation and consequences and outcomes. White people are to blame. We are to blame. But I'm going to make this even starker as I read a little bit further. You're going to like this. We have instead embraced a model that fosters respectful dialogue. Our constructive dialogue program, all caps, for instance, encourages students to engage in open inquiry and debate. They're introduced to a diverse range of perspectives and taught they won't be. Now, imagine this. If we were the white positive ADL, we could reach out to this school and say, hey, have Jason Köhne as a speaker at your school. You want a diverse range of opinions? How about one that says don't victimize white people on the basis of our birth? And then it would be in their court. Are they going to allow me to come speak to their students or not? They're introduced to a diverse range of perspectives and taught to respond with reasoned arguments. Additional courses such as Democracy and Dissent, a history of the Middle East? What? I thought New York was in North America. The history of the Middle East. Okay, so let me just see. They're going to be taught courses to fix DEI. They'll be taught courses such as Democracy and Dissent, history of the Middle East, and, Holocaust and genocide studies. The cure for DEI. And they'll be going through these courses without saddling them with the burden of past wrongs. In other words, Israel is slaughtering a group of people. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. My friends are listening. Israel is waging war on a group of people who don't appear to have and haven't for a long time. I mean, they had a gang. They had an armed gang that absolutely killed people, and it was wrong, and they should be killed for that, murdering innocent people. But so they had an armed gang, and the armed gang is not really even present, hasn't been for a long time. But Israel seems to still be waging war. But you know what? You're not going to be allowed to bring that up. That's a fix for DEI in America. That you won't be able to saddle them with the burden of that past wrong. To support this approach, our Dean of Curriculum and Academic Freedom ensures that our program remains balanced, intellectually challenged, and inclusive. What do these words mean in the anti-white narrative? It's all anti-whiteism. Balanced is practically a MP today. Intellectually challenging, absolutely used as an MP today. And inclusive, strike them dead if it's not a meme absolutely is a meme pathogen. It means fewer white. That's what inclusive means, fewer white people. We further recognize students who encourage thoughtful and respectful and diverse ideas. Again, there's diverse. Through the John Stuart Mill Award for Excellence in Debate and Open Discourse. Here we go, folks. Look at this. We've collaborated with free speech organizations such as the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression and Constructive Dialogue Institute. And while we have teachers, okay, before I go further to the next sentence you're going to love. The next sentence comes right out of Ford's manual, comes right out of Disney's manual, comes right out of so many of these business manuals now in their response to America being upset about anti-white persecution, anti-white discrimination, anti-whiteism. All right? Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, who is helping out this school, a Lennox school, who's helping them out, founded by two Jewish guys. Constructive Dialogue Institute, founded by Jewish people. The guy in charge of Constructive Dialogue Institute, Jewish. The guy in charge of Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, not Jewish, but he wrote a book with the Jewish guy who runs Constructive Dialogue Institute. Here's the real fork in the road. Are what these Jewish people doing and the outcomes that they're achieving, is that what's wrong? No, what's wrong is that white people aren't doing it. That's what's wrong. What's wrong is that you have a white guy here that has given his fucking life to develop something that works, that puts our people, our children ahead of himself, not his aggrandizement, not his enrichment, that opens the doors and says, without hubris, every smart white person can come in here, can take up this lexicon, can contribute to it. We'll submit it to the scientific method. If it works, it gets included. They get celebrated by whatever name they want to be known. We have a white guy doing that. We have a white community doing that, but there aren't white people showing up to support it. Like there are Jewish people showing up to support these foundations. So the problem is your white ass. You fucking losers. That's the problem. Take the hard pill. That's the problem. You've got a solution. You ain't showing up here. You make somebody like a Nick Fuentes a millionaire. You make all of these others, you give them all of the attention, all of the aggrandizement. You can't stop talking about them. And you know what? More power to them. I always have said it. Let them make all the money in the world. Let them get all of the attention and all of the sex and whatever else they want. Let them get all of that in the world. I don't stand in anybody's way, deny anybody's right or attempt or outcome of achieving those things for themselves, because it's a waste of my fucking time to think about it. What I care about is our people. And when these motherfuckers are getting in the way of our people ending our victimization, no one else on earth has more of a history of proof of doing exactly that, standing up for our people without putting himself first, than I do. Not a single fucking ounce of respect for that. Not a single ounce of respect. What does the twink say again now? What is the twink saying now? How many other jokes can be made about white women and their voting and how tired? You're going to make white women illegal now, says Elijah. That is how far these tired jokes have been dragged. No actual substance. Just what will shock the audience this time. Nobody else. You have a community here that has come together, like the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, like the Constructive Dialogue Institute, who were saying to themselves, those people were saying to themselves, what can we do for the Jewish kids? And that is beautiful that they would do that. And then, and saying as a consequence of what they do for the Jewish kids, more broadly, helping out the other ones at the school. They're not going to fight for us, obviously. And we shouldn't expect them to. And if you say in your head, like we had one guy under the thread of one of the videos saying, well, the Jews don't allow us. If you say the Jews don't allow us, turn off the switch. You know what I mean? Turn off the switch. You are no man of the West. You are a cowardly dog. They won't allow us. Good. You've just outed yourself. Get the fuck out. There are no adults left. There are no heroes left. We are a race of cowardly bitches, of ingrates, of insufferable tards that think they can just keep coming with their dumbass opinions and suggestions to what it shows everywhere to work. I hear what you say, but how about you fuck off? Sorry for my language, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the outcome for the Jewish kids at this school. For the work of these Jewish people. Not only could they found one entity for that purpose, they've got two. And now they're both hired by Köhne at this Dr. Köhne, principal of this school, to come in there and make sure that there isn't going to be any anti-Jewish thought. Wouldn't that be nice if white people had enough value to come together behind what works so that we could be hired at the school, so that we could show up and make sure there isn't any anti-whiteism for the white kiddies? Wouldn't that be nice? But no, just go shadow haunt some more Jews, you cowardly, small-dicked losers. Here's the rest of the sentence. And this is taking a page right out of Ford and everywhere else. And while we will have teachers who will oversee diversity and inclusion work, i.e. anti-whiteism, while we will have teachers who will oversee anti-whiteism, we do not employ a formalized DEI officer. Robbie, I guess you won. I guess you're right. I guess everything's better now, Robbie. I guess it's all better because Linux isn't going to have a position that is called a formalized DEI officer. Oh, they're still going to be applying anti-whiteism, Robbie, but you won. You won because they are not going to name it that. Oh, boy. But yeah, keep ignoring us on Twitter. Keep downplaying, keep suffocating, keep ignoring. We're right again, Robbie. We're right again. And you could do the right thing and say, holy shit, the no white guilt guy was right. They're just changing the name. It's actually anti-whiteism. But you're not going to do that. Is it because you think that you're not white enough as a Puerto Rican? You don't want to talk about anti-white? I mean, what is the problem? There you have it. Guess you won. Conservatives, you won. And while they still are going to have teachers who oversee anti-whiteism work at the school, they are not going to call them a formalized DEI officer. You won, conservatives. Everything is better now. I'm sorry, I'm pissed off. Our commitment to revisiting and revising. Now, here is some of that parallelism. You can go through this article and find this. This is propaganda to lull the conservative into a sense of success, into a sense of victory. This is deep propaganda. This is deep manipulation. Our commitment to revising, to revisiting and revising. And if you read this at pace, you'll feel it come over you. The harmony of the parallelism. DEI policies do not mean we ignore tragic histories or current injustices. Do you hear that? DEI, why we are revisiting and revising DEI policies, it does not mean that we ignore tragic histories or current injustices. Anti-whiteism, how the white race is evil. We're not going to forget we told you in this article what has to go. We can't get rid of all of the standards for the educating, and you've got to come to class on time, and you can't be anti-Jewish. Everything else remains the same. Parent feedback at Birch, Wathan, Lennox has been overwhelmingly positive. Families appreciate our commitment to free expression and constructive dialogue, particularly our stance on addressing the recent rise of antisemitism. Jewish people are awesome for this. They're not awful for this. There's an A word. It's not awful. It's awesome. And I want you also to note, for all of you assholes out there that continue to, well, that really handsome guy that is really good at sex came up with the anti-whiteism as one word and has been pushing that and been arguing in many different cases. But I'm still, if I use anti-whiteism, I'm going to put that hyphen in there because fuck him. I want you to note, antisemitism got rid of their hyphen. This white man, with my nosebleed IQ, nosebleed high IQ, figured out that anti-white without the hyphen and anti-whiteism without the hyphen was superior for all the ways I've talked about and outlined before, so that we could not be undermined later. And it took the Jewish World Congress or Federation or whatever it is, several big Jewish bodies of brilliant Jews to finally figure out that the hyphen had to go. And a handful of years ago, they were like, you know what? That white guy was right about anti-whiteism, we're getting rid of the hyphen too. Still. How much you want to bet if Keith Woods uses anti-whiteism, if he's ever used it, it has the hyphen in it? Or anti-white, it has the hyphen. How much you want to bet? It's all just the jealousy of yours truly. It's all just deep. All of this is such deep, me not jealousy. All right. I'm going to stop with this. We got to roll. We got to keep going. What are we getting? The Jews, because some of the members of the overall Jewish people are awesome, and they say, you know what? I'm going to help out Jews I don't even know. I'm going to help out Jews I'm going to give to this community. I'm going to help out Jews because some of them are awesome. They get that outcome at the Linux school. What do we get? Well, I'm going to take a look at what you all are sharing and saying. We're going to be getting through to a swash through very soon with the great Biospirit of the West. He's going to be giving us his thoughts on the election. And for a swash through, that's going to be epic. I want to see what you all are saying, though. We're going to get to this because we see what the Jewish children are going to get. God bless them. So what is the white race? What are the white children going to get? What are they going to have to deal with when they go to school? We'll get your thoughts on that, too. Let me see. Cindy Ben is here. Wesley is here. Davey is here. If you agree, there's the cool Papa J Magic is in the house. NoWhiteGuilt.org, Westman Positivity, For Null, Red Dog, First Last, JB, Janice, Anti-Vilification League, J Bishop, Random Person, Slaughtz is here. The heroes have come out. We are the agents of change. We are the actual representatives of the white race. I really want let that settle in. You know what I mean? Really let that sink into you. The white race, of the entire white race, we are the representatives. We are the de facto representatives. We are the legitimate representatives of the white race. Nobody else is standing up for the white race. Hating Jewish people and haunting them is not standing up for the white race. Greg Corey is here. I mean, how can people really look at these outcomes and continue for not only year after year, month after month, decade after decade? How many schools do we have to see, like Lennox here, having the exact same outcome for the Jewish kids? And you're like, nope, going to demonize Jewish people for helping out Jewish kids. Anglo-Saxon and WG, all these champions are here in the house. It's wonderful to see you all. God bless you. Looking for tags to see if anybody's got thoughts on any of this. A little earlier, Slaughtz was asking about effectiveness at what? I'm sorry, I should have seen that when I was talking. Apologize, brother. For White Wellbeing is in the house. He said, giving you an amen. Awesome. Thank you. Masumik is here. Great to see you. And the question we had earlier about Trump's cabinet, just very briefly speak to that, is that these positions that are foreign facing, he's staffing with people that are known to be hardcore advocates for Jews, for Israel, for etc. And what does that mean? It means that at a minimum, he doesn't want to be challenged by powerful Jewish groups out there in his presidency while he's trying to do what he can for America. Best case scenario. And you can see by the response of Jewish publications, of which there are multitudes, that they are all very happy with these appointments. That doesn't mean that we are going to be nuking Iran. It doesn't. The same thing happened in 2016. We're not, and we didn't support Trump because he's going to do X, Y, or Z, or can do X, Y, or Z, and going to appoint people who dislike Jews. We supported Trump because we know that he and his acolytes are more like, in fact, we have a celebration coming up that you're not going to believe, are more likely to use the lexicon and the dialectics that we communicate to them than would have been a Kamala White House. So it's not a Trump will be less bad than Kamala. And so I hope that everybody has at least a midwit and they can get what I just said. Where's the Aqua Tofana when you need it? I'm going to head on out. What was her name? Julia Tofana. I'm going to have to go dig her bones up. We're going to make a couple batches of Aqua Tofana. We're going to make Aqua Tofana great again, say all of these people freaking out online. Because there's folks out there that are they're not doing good. They're not happy people. Slaughtz says, there's the great Brand Dangers in the house. Lunda Thunder Down Under is here. Effectiveness. At what? As in effectiveness of affinity groups at the anti-white programs. Effectiveness, as in the effectiveness of affinity groups at the anti-white programs. The effectiveness of achieving anti-whiteism? Is that what you were asking me? Among those groups? I'm wondering what the Go Free lesson of the week will be, says Westman Positivity. Our telos. It's going to be a good one. I had a social media propaganda idea. Take the 7 principles of Kwanzaa: unity, self-determination, collective work, responsibility, cooperative economic purposes, and that's going to be one of 3. We'll get the rest. The great Franklin is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. We never want you to apologize for cursing and being fiery and pissed because your whole team is pissed and fiery. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, the effectiveness of the white erasure. Precisely. You're right, 100%, Slaughtz. Exactly. All right, so what do we get? What do the white children get? The Jewish people, the Jewish children get this wonderful program that's going to get rid of the anti-Jewish sentiment. You're not going to be allowed to be anti-Jewish, so DEI getting fixed there, big check. Also, the Jewish kiddies who are going to work hard are not going to continue to have to suffer being held as equal to the achievements of somebody who does nothing at the school, because that white standard is going to be restored. DEI fixed, right? You'll have to, the Jewish kids who are coming on time, or maybe their parents who are having a hard time with getting their Jewish kids to go on time, since the Jewish kids might have been anti-white and saying, well, that being on time is a white thing. Well, now that's going to be fixed. You're going to have to. So DEI fixed again. White kids. What are our white children getting? Let's have just a quick look. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make this, we're going to leave this small on the screen because I don't want to show these garbage human beings, these feds, marching with banners of another period, totally out of context. And from that period, no connection to that period, every connection to playing the villain in the anti-white narrative today.
Y'all done?
This was in Columbus,
Y'all
Ohio.
done, are you?
Not going to let them finish that word because they're saying objectionable things. Totally disavow this garbage feds playing the villain. And there are probably some of them in there who are just idiots who have been manipulated by the anti-white narrative. That's what our children get. So what is this again? It's another hoax. It's another hoax, ladies and gentlemen. And I told you, you're going to be looking out for a bunch of things. Now that Trump has won, you're going to be looking for the meme pathogen white privilege getting used everywhere. You're going to be looking for the hoaxes, the hate hoaxes showing up everywhere. Talk about an epic hate hoax that just shows up. In fact, to that, I think we need a song.
So we've been told to just stay quiet about this whole case right here with Jussie Smollett and Bubba Wallace and all the other hoaxes out there, or else we're terrible people, you know. Well, the truth was exposed, but listen. One must ask why one would want to fake a hate crime. The answer you will find is smoke the master hate mind. Jussie Smollett's not a liar, he's an anti-white scum. Darryl Brooks is not a car, he did mass murder and hit and run. ESPN is still pushing this falsified news narrative. Well, shit, Bubba, maybe you should be in the air for some clarity. We don't ever get the truth whenever it comes to this hate for us. These are the simple steps whenever it goes this way for us. It goes 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Bitch ass white supremacist when the hate crime shit does not exist. I oppose the white erasure, you're damn right I'm intolerant. Speaking of white people, it's okay to be that all my life. Aw, damn it, there I go again, charge me up a fine. Erasure is the savior, only for the ones who's hating life. Gotta push diversity, but only if the country's majority white. Well, if you don't stand for white well-being, then you can't get right with me. Call me a white supremacist, I can't help, I'm white and supreme. Of course it doesn't always work out that way with both of those things, because we face layers of weak traitors, and that is proof to me that I should focus on my race to educate and critique. There is nothing worse than a white leftist think we all agree. So fuck the fake brothers who sold out for the Smollett. I'll never work against the fam, my life I risk for all of them, cause we truly need justice, and you cannot justice. I know they'll try to hush this, but come for me and I'll bust this. Plus there's a whole lot of honkies that will be mad if I'm dead, and it ain't nothing to them for taking off with your head. Yeah, every one of them keeps that power, in case you try to them like I will handle ourselves properly. Going free, you can't stop to see it go. 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Yeah.
Want to see the realist, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm fulfilling my prophecy by breaking this down for you logically. And this is the only song I've ever used autotune on. I'm just having fun. Yeah.
UK to imprison people who view far-right propaganda online for up to 15 years. Did you all hear about this? This is real. Now, it's real as in Breitbart is reporting it. I don't know how true it is. So you're going to have to check that out for yourself. It might be misinformation. So check it out for yourself. UK to imprison people. And this is where you're headed. Guess who gave speeches where he said that you would eventually be jailed for just looking at anything that is heretical to anti-whiteism? Guess who gave speeches for years about that? Well, I guess no one should be watching. The guy who predicted all of this, people in the United Kingdom, and this is reported by Breitbart. I'm just reading this. I don't know how true and accurate. I did look at another document where some officials, elected people or appointed people in the UK were saying, well, you're going to have to go repeatedly to view it. You can't be by accident. So I saw conservatives, like a pretty little white girl, conservative. Now she's got shit tons, just another dilettante, shit tons of followers. And she showed up and she's like, what? Her whole bit, her whole act is just go, what? And it's just like the follower count just goes higher and higher and higher, higher and higher. So she could be, and she was sitting there saying, what if the algorithm accidentally suggests something right-wing to you? No, dingbat. That's not it. You have to repeatedly view. But what does that actually mean to the anti-whites? Go there twice? Intentionally type something in? And they also said, where I read elsewhere, directly from people in charge over there, they said there's going to be an allowance for reporters and people doing, work for school and things of this nature. So according to The Guardian, a new maximum penalty of 15 years imprisonment will also apply to terrorists who publish information about members of the armed forces, police, and intelligence services for the purpose of repairing acts of terrorism, while the tightening of the law around viewing terrorist material is part of a review of the government's counterterrorism strategy following the increasing frequency of terrorism attacks in Britain this year. Users who view forbidden content only once by mistake or out of curiosity will not be charged. And it is reported. So good. It says that in this article too. It is reported. So they'll be keeping like a dossier. Like you show up, how many times? They're going to type your name in. How many times were you going to listen to LARPing about World War II and how bad they were here, bad how they were there? Well, it's finally gotten to the point where you don't even have to say it. You just have to listen to it. You just have to view it. You just have to read it. 15 years in prison. Are you going to keep with those old strategies? You're going to keep just going with the old strategies? I mean, this is being reported about the UK, and Keith Woods is still going with the old strat. Look at what he said. He plays for the Jewish. What a jerk. What a jerk he is. Okay. Well, I know it's working out for you good right now. A lot of followers, a lot of money, sex. I get it. It's working out for you, but not for our people. So there's a cutout for journalists, academics, and others who may have legitimate reason to view such material. I want to make sure those who view despicable terrorist content online, including jihadi websites, far-right propaganda, and bomb-making instructions, face the full force of the law, declared British Home Secretary Amber Rudd. This is currently a gap in the law. Okay. So, I mean, this is where we've reached in the UK. This is what we're suffering under. And I still, I was listening to a little bit of that while I was getting ready, that space. And there were still people showing up. And one of them saying, we need to be prepared for violence. 15 years for looking at, you're showing up on X. I mean, what the, how stupid. Just, we have something that works. Stop giving your mid-wit opinion and do what works. God's sake. So this is the reality. I mean, we don't have to look at a lot more of this. We're going to be having Biospirit join us for a swash through here in just a moment. This is an increasingly common means by which material is accessed online for criminal purpose and is a particularly prevalent means of viewing extremist material such as videos and web pages. I want to make sure those who view despicable terrorist content online, including jihadi websites, far-right propaganda, face the full force of the law. So you are now tossed in with with the jihadis. Isn't that fun? You're now tossed right in with the jihadis. I want to make sure those who view the content online are punished, says Amber Rudd. There's currently a gap in the law around material that is viewed. They just sent a blonde girl over there in the UK, just jailed a little blonde girl. And just to let Wes know, I sent the join link on DM. And apparently, not only did she share some videos of guys out in the streets and they're angry and they're saying a bunch of negative things about other races, instead of, I mean, God's sake, how can you have your daughters being raped and not be out there talking about their victimization? Not be talking about them. That's how diseased we are. Where are our champions from all of our, where are the real heroes? Where are the men that we all have read about and have learned about in the past? Where are the men who stand up for us? We got a bunch of little drunk, drugged up, video playing boys that want to go out there and slander other groups of people. Absolutely disgusting. So yeah, she went online, but she it's not just that she shared some of these videos. She went online and apparently said a bunch of white negative things. So she went out there and she was playing the villain online. And of course, they're going to look at it and they're going to be like, wow, very easy to identify you. And in this narrative, this anti-white narrative, this means all of these things about you. And now we've crafted the law, not only the morality, but the law to apply to you. And so now we are going to prosecute you. And that's what they did. Let me have a look here. It should be on our DMs on Twitter. You should see it at the very bottom. I'll see if I can send it again. All right, I just sent it again. And if you can't see it on the personal DM, then I will. It looks like it's showing up though. I'll send it to the group. Let me see what you all are saying. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the day has come. UK to imprison people who view far right propaganda, and they get to define what that is for up to 15 years. Should have listened to me. Should have listened to me. Let me see what you all are saying. And we have Herman has joined us. Great to see you. Wow, isn't that weird? See, Wes had to refresh in order to see my DM to him. It's nothing but hardship, even by Twitter. Okay, then we had the 2 of 3, creativity and faith, and a mock-up as looking like something from the Third Reich. I'll have to go back to read it all together JC Denton is with us. Anti-Whiteism ends with you. Hip flexibility. I couldn't help myself. That song has just too good of a beat for dancing. I couldn't pass it up. Now you know why Rapunzel has a permanent smile on her face. Let me make sure that we're up on all of everybody's up and running. Good to see you all. Tag me as No White Guilt. And I will meet with you right now, just waiting for our brother to show up for the epic swash through to hear about his views on this election and the aftermath and what he expects to see. And let's see, what do we have here? Okay, here we go. He is here, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, the Biospirit of the West, leader of the outreach team, the OT. If you want to be a part of something truly amazing, you are going to want to speak with the great Biospirit of the West. He will tell you how to do that in just a moment. Brother, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can, man. What is going on? What are your thoughts on this election? What a shocker, huh?
Well, it was a pleasant surprise. I really thought they were going to steal it again. So I thought that was great that it went the way it did. One of the things I wanted to talk about was I've been doing a lot of traveling the last several months and kind of observing people and a lot of anti-white people and a lot of semi-anti-white people and seeing what's going on out there. And there are a lot of people who are able to delude themselves. I'll put it that way. And they can go to places, if you have enough money, you can travel and go to places where you can completely pretend that there is no anti-whiteism going on, that there is no white erasure going on in your world, if you have enough money to like protect yourself from having to look at it in the face.
Right.
And so that was one of the things that I noticed a lot on the traveling that I was doing. Just as an example for folks, there was this restaurant that I went to in Hawaii, in Maui, and it's called Mama's Fish House. And everyone told us we had to go there. It was this just wonderful place. And so we just went on on a whim, not knowing you had to have a reservation. And it's one of those places where you pull up and it's only valet parking, and it was really, really swanky. And so the guy said, "Do you have a reservation?" And we were like, "No." And so he asked the hostess, and she said, "Oh yeah, they if they want to sit at the bar, we'll let them in." So we went in, and I felt like I stepped back into 1972.
Whoa.
It was incredible. The ambiance, the service, the wait staff, the people who were there. I felt like I had gone back in time, because this is like
That's
the
awesome.
place everyone wishes that when they go out to eat, this is the place you want to go. It was just amazing, absolutely amazing. And so as I talked with people that was visiting family there, and they said, "Oh yeah, that's just like the best place ever." And I started noticing how, again, Maui is this place where predominantly white people go on vacation.
Right.
And I went out to dinner with my niece and her husband and daughter, and we went to this place, and every single person there was white. And
Wow.
it's this place where people go for the sunset, and they go and they get some chairs and they set up the chairs to watch the sunset, and they have drinks and they have a little bit of food and they have some live music, and it's very, very Westman centric. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. It was like when I went to Maine quite some time ago, and I felt like I was in California in the 1960s.
Oh, wow.
Because it's like, 94% white. So I keep thinking to myself, okay, so how does all of this tie back into the election? And one of the things that I noticed about what happened here in California is we had a ballot measure for reinstituting criminal statutes against people who steal, right? So, I mean, they had gotten rid of all of the criminal punishments for people who you could steal up to like $1,000 and have nothing happen to you. So that's why we were having all the people going into stores and just loading up bags of stuff and walking out. And what I noticed is that, like, across the board, if you talk to someone who's rabidly anti-white, or somebody who's in the middle, or somebody who's very white positive, they all hate that. They absolutely despise that these people are doing this, getting away with it, and that nothing is happening to them. And we have this ballot measure to make that, it sounds so stupid to make it illegal again to steal, but that's what they put on the ballot, and it passed by an overwhelming majority, almost 70%.
Wow.
And that rarely happens in California anymore. So there was that, and then with they don't feel safe going places like San Francisco. They don't feel safe going to Seattle. They don't feel safe going to Portland. And what is it that they're not feeling safe about? They don't feel that they're being protected. They feel that there are that the norms that we always had about behavior have been erased. And they don't like that. They don't like seeing these drugged out people wandering around. They don't like seeing people laying in the doorways and the streets. So I'm like trying to come up with, what can we really, really concentrate on that will speak to everyone, like across the board, when we're doing outreach, because these are things that it really kind of surprised me how it just doesn't matter what somebody's feelings are one way or the other politically. They do not like this. And so to me, it's a potentially an opportunity to reach some new people. And with that, I would also like to say I have had a wonderful new friend that I have made where I live, and she and I do dog walking together.
Cool.
And she has investigated Jason, and she has investigated Go Free, and she has investigated our community, and she thinks we're pretty good. So
awesome.
So it's
awesome
really to have a new friend that I can talk about white well-being with. And so those are the things that are going on with me.
Brilliant. And that's a great example. And perfect for you to be the leader of the OT. Great example. Thinking all the time, still living your life. And that's how we have to live our lives. We've got to work. We've got to take our trips. We got to work out. We got to eat right. We got to, and yet this is, part and parcel of our lives. So it's always sort of in the thinking, and you're going to these places and you're like, wow, I can see these scenarios where these people are effectively white flighting to get away from the anti-whiteism. How do we talk to those people there? How do we communicate with them? It's been such a problem over the years, but having these sort of constructive thoughts, folks, do you see the difference in how healthy this is and how unhealthy the alternatives are, how productive and outcome producing these thoughts are, as opposed to destructive, pernicious, the other thoughts and other angles are? It's brilliant. And that's something I think we should all put to mind, how we are going to address and talk to these people, because there are going to be sort of the same phenomenon that we faced for so long, which is, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the data on this at different conferences and speeches and meetings, where they talk about this area is 90, 95, 98, 100% white, and they don't want to have anything to do with us because they are escaped from anti-whiteism. They're not suffering as many repercussions. They go out into the community. It's clean. It's safe. There isn't crime. You can take your pram or your baby carriage out at night and nobody attacks you. And so they look at you like, what? Why would I even be against this anti-whiteism in the world? Look at my little town. Look at my Mayberry here. We've been facing that for many, many, many decades because our countries, obviously, we're overwhelmingly white. But we're still going to face, and this is a great point that I hadn't even thought about that Wes is bringing up, you're still going to face these scenarios where you're going to have people white flighting, and we hear about different states where people are doing different cities, and they're white flighting, and they're recreating these exact sort of enclaves where they and their children will be of the same exact mindset unless we are able to speak to them. How can we speak to them? What memes can we use? What will be the quick one-liners? What will get their attention? What will move them? I think it's brilliant. And we should all be cogitating on that. And especially since that's going to be an increasing factor, a proliferating factor for the future for us. That's brilliant. And so glad to hear that you found a great friend who is sane and is able to look at us and say, oh, well, this is totally normal. Yeah, this community is great. Yeah. That's great news.
And then another thing that I wanted to touch on was one of the trips that I did was a road trip going into the Pacific Northwest. So I drove up through Oregon, Washington, up into British Columbia, and then back down again. I live in California. And so I had not done this trip in 30 years. And it was quite shocking. I had always kept it in the back of my mind that I could still white flight. And I know, we're not supposed to be of that mind. And yet I still had him, I can get away from this. I can get away from this. I'll just go to Oregon. I'll just go to Washington. I'll just go to Canada. Well, I am here to tell you folks, it's already happened in these places. And I was really shocked. So it didn't matter how small the town was that we went to in Oregon. They've got the encampments. They've got the drug people in the parks.
Gosh.
They've got the people laying in doorways. It doesn't matter where you go now.
Wow.
So, and this was one of the points of conversation that I had with people on this trip. Again, they're all upset about it. So to me, this is the way that we can have some inroads into speaking with people, because across the board, this is what is upsetting people. They don't like what they are seeing happening in their towns and their cities. They don't like it when they go to visit these towns and other towns and cities. And we should be able to find some kind of common, acceptable ways of communicating with them that are going to easily bring them over to white well-being. And again, I'll say that, you know, my personal conversations with my new friend on my dog walks has been along these lines. She's very intelligent. She can see what it is that's going on, and she didn't quite have the wording for it. She didn't quite have a way of looking at it or phrasing it the way that we do. So we have to be able to somehow do a better job of reaching people and showing them the effectiveness of this. For instance, there was this woman at this store in it was in Gold Beach, Oregon. It was a little Christmas store, and she talked my ear off about Trump and about the election and about how awful everything was everywhere. She could tell that I was a sympathetic ear, and it must have gone on for 45 minutes. And I kind of wish that I'd had a Go Free card in my pocket to hand to her. You know, I can see now what like Final Blossom was doing with all of the business card stuff. I highly recommend, if you're going to go traveling, make sure that you have some Go Free business cards in your pocket.
So true. And what a brilliant guy that is. We're going to be celebrating him for a new article. So true. And what a shame. It's so awful to hear about our pristine areas being muddied by anti-whiteism, anti-whites, the consequences of white erasure. A real shocker. But it really should be a lesson to us. A couple of lessons right there. The way you just spoke about it was from a place of love. And how do we fix this? How do we talk to these people? That's all constructive. That's the mindset that we have here. Brilliant. And also to reflect on that everything else, always, this has always got to be repeated. We've gotten to this point where these pristine areas are destroyed, are white erased, are ruined, are no longer pristine because of all of the methods and vehicles and et cetera that have been the resistance, the de facto resistance against anti-whiteism, and has utterly proven themselves beyond a shadow of any doubt whatsoever for anybody with two brain cells to rub together, a total failure, and motivating us even more. Thank you so much for sharing that and sharing it from that place of love that you're coming from for our people. And how do we reach our brothers and sisters in these areas? How do we speak to them as well? That's going to be something else. And really the business cards, folks, I have a bunch of them, and you really should. You can make some simple business cards on your own. I'll hold up one before the end of the show. You could make one that looks like that and pass them out when you get an opportunity. Direct people to the work that we are doing so that they too can first show up and just be like a lurker, and watch what's going on. Find out that we are a moral community. We're a loving community, and we're recapturing our destiny with love, hope, and redemption. Normal, healthy people are going to be drawn to that. The unhealthy will be repelled. Some of those unhealthy will be able to be healed, and they'll be able to come back. Some of them won't. We don't want them. And so it's good that we shed them. But wonderful, man. Fantastic. Anything else you want to share before? Oh, you got to tell people where to find the OT and you. But is there anything else you want to share before we wrap up the epic swash through?
No, that's basically it. And be great to have even more people on the outreach team. You can find me on Twitter at Biospirit West, I believe, on Twitter. And
yes, that's it.
The email is always in the information bar under the show every week. And please get a hold of us. We would love to have you be on the outreach team. It's also a great way to hone your skills for going free. When I started on the outreach team, I was not very good at what I was doing, and I became better and better. And that's what happens for everyone. It gives you a great way to practice being better. And now I have a dog in my lap.
Awesome. How's your dog doing?
My dog both of them are very happy that I'm home. So.
Oh, I bet you they are.
Yeah.
Especially if you left them without food. No, of course.
They had some good dog sitters here. So.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, God bless you, man. Every single time you want to come on for a swatch through, I will bring you on. You just let me know. And folks, like you said, the great leader of the OT, in the description below, you'll find the link. Anything else, brother?
Just one more thing. We've had several people bounced off of Twitter lately. They've had their accounts banned. And I just want to reiterate to people to very, very strictly use the Go Free method, the Go Free lexicon, and do not deviate from it. People on Twitter are looking for any excuse to turn us into the Twitter mafia people who will then ban our accounts. So don't give them any reason to do it, and always take the high road. And we need all of us around. So always make your comments as pristine as possible. Alrighty, that's it.
Amen.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Promethean hails to you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Every time that I lay in bed, sad and crying at night, wanting to give up, do you know what I think? What if in 40 years, 20 years, 10 years, there's an anti-white hate mob burning this field to the ground, and they have my mother hung from that tree over there, and my husband and I are next. They've gotten us beaten to almost unconsciousness, and they're going to kill us to take our land because I'm a white person that won't relent to the anti-white narrative. And that mob is going to kill me. I don't want my last thought before that happens to be, what if I would have just? What if I would have just given more flyers? What if I would have just had one more event? What if I would have just made one more video or done one more live stream or sent one more email encouraging someone to not give up? What if I wouldn't have given up 10 or 12 years ago? What if I would have just done one more thing? That's what keeps me convicted and keeps me going. Be convicted, be motivated. We can't give up because that is exactly what our oppressors, the anti-whites, want us to do. Don't let them win.
In the quiet of the breaking dawn, a sacred path where you are drawn, a guardian of our ancient name. You bear the torch, you bear the flame. Through white north's chill and bitter frost, you guide us back to what was lost. Dispelling lies that cloud our skies, you lift our spirits, help us rise. Your hands weave threads of grace and light. In every step you make things right. With reverence we speak your deeds, for you have spewed the truest seeds. Your hands weave threads of grace and light. In every step you make things right. With reverence we speak your deeds, for you have sown the truest seeds. Hero unnamed, your grace is bright. Your unseen battles give us sight. In silent strength you lead the way, a beacon of hope, come what may. You shield us from the venomous tide of anti-white scorn where shadows bide. In your steadfastness we find our ground. In your courage we are crowned. In the temple of our western kind, your acts are etched within our minds. With Promethean fire you guide through storms where lesser souls would hide. Your hands weave threads of grace and light. In every step you make things right. With reverence we speak your deeds, for you have sown the truest seeds. Hero unnamed, your grace is bright. Your unseen battles give us sight. In silent strength you lead the way, a beacon of hope, come what may. Against the saboteur's cruel jest, you stand unyielding, never rest. Each word you speak, a healing balm. In your presence we find calm. Through the labyrinth of guilt and pain, you break the chains, you end the stain. With reverence we honor you, for in your strength our spirit grew. In hallowed halls where truth is found, by your example we are bound to lift our heads, to stand with pride. For in your light we do not hide. Hero unnamed, your grace is bright. Your unseen battles give us sight. In silent strength you lead the way, a beacon of hope, come what may. So here's to you, our silent knight, who guards our people through the night. For all the good you've done unsung, hero unnamed, you are the one.
Celebrate that beautiful song by the great Slaughtz that he put together, ladies and gentlemen. That song has brought tears to my eyes several times. It's really beautiful and moving. It is really a song for Prometheus himself. It's time to swash through into the celebrations, the swashbuckling celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to Slaughtz for that piece of music and how moving that is. Big salutes to Rogers emojis out for Biospirit of the West and that epic swash. So now you know why we truly are the one, the only, the way. And how about some big celebrations and Rogers emojis for the great Yiz. Talk about inspiring. Talk about you can be a swashbuckling commander like the great Yiz, the unifier. You could hear the passion, the love for her as she's going to go to the end. That's what inspires. It's the love for our people, a desire to put an end to our victimization every time, all the time, the only way it can be done. Big salutes, big celebration, swashbuckling celebration for a little while here, ladies and gentlemen. We got some big ones we're going to be celebrating. Let's begin with the great Franklinator and all the hard work that the Franklinator does. He's IRL, he's online, he's modding, he is gathering the majority of the percentage, a small percentage of all the victories we have over the course of the week, spreading the lexical dialectical power of the Go Free Dialogic. Let's make sure he knows and feels the love. He is also over there with Donald Trump Jr. every single week, talking directly to him. And this week he wants to celebrate for joining him in those conversations. The number one son of Donald Trump, the number one son. And joining Franklin this week was Ivan, was Biospirit of the West, was Melissa Bea, all over there. Big celebrations. These conversations are what change the world, ladies and gentlemen. You see that everything else fails. This here succeeds. Big salutes to Franklinator. Let's go. Let's go for Siegfried _23. Is that a, where are my glasses? Is that a 6? Siegfried 236 on Twitter was holding a space before we got started here today. I saw it on. I was working. I was getting ready. I was rushing around and doing white magic. And I started to hear this guy, and I'm like, who is this guy? I wasn't even following him. I was like, who is this guy? I've seen the symbol before. I've retweeted him before and given likes, but I wasn't even following him yet. Perfectly defending and explaining white well-being, and I retweeted it, and an audience was coming in there. It's good. We need to be having these conversations. You need to get as good as Siegfried in handling objections. He was doing a great job. Let's get some raucous emojis. Somebody let him know that we celebrated him during the swashbuckling. It was epic swag. Get this man some swashbuckling flags. You'll find it under the misnamed pirate flag. Show him love. Give him some crowns and some swashbuckling flags over there. Really, I'm serious. If he recorded it, go back and listen to it. I retweeted it. I want to celebrate based white, no white guilt clips, and Anglo-Saxon and WG, all three making epic clips this week, doing the Lord's work. It's magnificent. The clips are what enables so many people to listen to what we do here because they show up and there's so much to talk about. They want some bites. They want a small bite. They're already nervous about caring about white people explicitly, demanding an indoor victimization on our birth. And these clips, retweet them, share them, gab them, Facebook them, put them everywhere. God bless these champions for that work. Keep it going for Final Blossom. I might have an image of the article itself over on his platform where he writes his articles. There's a brand new one over there by Final Blossom. If you have the link, maybe we can share the great Final Blossom new article, a true champion. And I believe the creator, the inventor of these, let's see if I can try to get it. There we go. And you can make yours just that simple. But you want to use just the lexicon. You want it to be direct. You want to direct people back to the good work being done here as the sun is now set in the once great state of Virginia. Across from Mordor on the Potomac. Big love to Final Blossom. And he also made another video recently, The Art of Western Kind. It's beautiful. I retweeted it. Check it out. And I shared it. I want to celebrate Antiwhiteism on Instagram. Get this champion some crowns, some gems, some 07s, quadruple 07s. Has been producing on Instagram videos with music that he or she, I'll have to find out who Antiwhiteism is, has been making. It's fantastic. There's a brand new one with a white rose encased in like ice, and there's a song to it. I don't think he made that one, but check it out. It's wonderful stuff. Remember, we are the white roses. We're going to be talking about that, encircling planet Earth as our telos. We'll be talking about it. Let's get into some of these images now from our champions, spreading the love all over. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's one of Western kind. On a tweet, how many views did he get? 25.4 thousand people. Hundreds, nearly 1,000, hundreds of likes and retweets. What did he say? What did this commander, swashbuckling commander, say? France has become heavily white erased. There's one of the concepts that's critically important. It is the anti-white narrative, critically important, that says that it is okay and even a desirable outcome. Look at France, ladies and gentlemen. Does that look like France to you? No. France is in the biospirit of our people. It doesn't exist anywhere else. Let's keep it going and keep it celebrating for one of Western kind, a guy that just has no limits to his swashbuckling glory over here on an AF post that says Trump considering Kash Patel for CIA director, and one of Western kind chimes in there. How many people saw what he had to say? 106,000 souls. 1,000 likes and retweets. He writes, an Indian in charge of America's intelligence? That's a white erasure hire. God, that is glorious. Beautifully using one of our concepts as a dialectic, brilliantly done, and a national security risk, brilliantly done by one of Western kind. That is how epic you can become a white wizard as well. He continues, 13,000 people seeing what he wrote here, hundreds of likes and retweets. He writes, That's life under anti-whiteism / the anti-white narrative. And this was a post on Napoleon Bonaparte Appreciator. Give him love, one of Western kind. He knows how to talk to the people. Show this commander, this swashbuckling commander, some true love. We're going to have to get like proper like medals for these commanders. Over here, we have another commander down under, Eric, and he's swashing over on Isaac Butterfield, we believe. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism? How many people under that video? How many people in that community saw it? 370 with 33 replies. Brilliantly done by our Captain Swashbuckler down under. Again, spreading the concept that liberates our people. Beautifully done. It's happening everywhere. We're doing it everywhere. Anglo-Saxon NWG, multifaceted, champion in service to white well-being. Who else is sick of the anti-white media? How many people under Benny Johnson, who will never talk about these things? Nearly 800 people gave a thumbs up, gave a like to that. Nearly 800 people and 26 replies. Give us how many people talking about like Uden, all this garbage? Nobody cares about that. That's not going to help us at all. Anti-white media benefits us, puts the story where we want it, with us centered as the heroes. Give it up for that champion. We're keeping it rolling. Here he is. Again, over on Officer Tatum, which has shown some great sympathy to white well-being. A huge conservative audience. 1,000 plus likes from Officer Tatum's MAGA audience. Who else is sick of this anti-white regime? 50 replies as well, and growing. That is a swashbuckling. Get him some flags. Get him some quadruple 07s. Get him some love. Gems, ladies and gentlemen. Throw the gems before him. Who else stopped watching the anti-white narrative? Who else stopped watching the anti-white or media? Says Anglo-Saxon. How many people in Tucker Carlson's audience saw that and liked it? Oh, almost 1,000, probably 1,000 now, and climbing. 50 replies from Tucker Carlson. He's never going to say these things, but his audience will, and they will because of Anglo-Saxon. That's how the world has changed. God bless this champion. We'll keep it going. Over here, we have the great Biospirit of the West, and he's under the truth about Remembrance Day from Greg Wycliffe. He wrote, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Little emoji guy saying me, raising his hand. 103 people in Greg's audience. Jason, you didn't do it. Your community didn't do it. Those words are just everywhere. You don't deserve any credit. Say all the soy goys. Well, tell Biospirit of the West that 103 likes, 4 replies, and climbing. Champion of the OT and climbing. Here we have Cool. The Cool of the Papa, the J, the Magic. You know what you got to do. Nothing but salutes. Crowns dropped on his head. White erasure, completely. White erasure, starting off with that beautiful youth, completely is the goal. And yes, Harry is correct that it is all of our white Western countries. This is over on the Lotus Eaters. There are a couple holdouts, but even those are further along down the road of anti-whiteism than they think. The old school nationalism has to go the way of the dodo bird. It's been defeated. That's a beautiful dialectic that he's using. Have pride in your ancestry. Love your heritage, as I do mine. But we are in this together, and we need to learn to stand together. Nearly 200 likes in this abstractionist audience goes to the cool Papa J Magic. We love him. Break out the pride, the love, the joy, the celebration. He continues. This time under Lotus Eaters a second time, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 likes and climbing from the abstractionists' armies out there that want to drive people away from the truth, that the attack is on us, our norms, our expressions, our projection. He writes this, that all those people will agreeing to access to white people and our creations is not a human right. We shouldn't have to deal with this in our homes. We are seeing the consequences of white erasure. Love him, folks. Roll out the red carpet. Give this man some amens for the glorious combat on the battlefield of the real, where we contend. Let's continue. He continues, working on 300 likes, this time under Matt Walsh, who has been ordered by Benny Shapiro to not use anti-whiteism anymore, but his audience is going to hear it. Anti-Trumpism, which is what they're trying to talk about here. Anti-Trumpism, says Cool Papa J Magic, is rooted in anti-whiteism. Pair of emoji eyes, working on 300 likes from an audience who has been effectively banned from hearing the concepts that will liberate us of this pernicious disease. Here is the great Mark Dice. And we have Donna. Is Donna a member of the community? Who is Donna? She says, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Working over 227 likes. Over 227 likes, 6 replies. This might be a champion in the making, just out there in the field and learning from our swashbuckling commanders. Folks, the drums are playing, the bugle is playing, people are flying to the colors of white well-being. We have to get our audience to take a breath before we continue. Oh my goodness, look at this. We are celebrating Ezra St. White. You recognize this website, ladies and gentlemen. So does Mark Dice. He showed it on his channel when he began talking about anti-whiteism. Give it up for Ezra. He's an artist. He's contributed to the books with his art beautifully done. He is in the field spreading white well-being. He has produced this and other websites for white well-being. Give it up. Big love for the great, the one and only Ezra St. White. Here we have Hans the Skipper rolling in like a meteor shower, lighting up the skies. Western norms are not universal values. Oh, perfect dialectic. I love it. Western norms are not universal values. They are not. They are ours. White erasure creates a cultural arms race. Perfectly, brilliantly stated. How many people under this tweet? 15.2 thousand views, hundreds and hundreds of likes, ladies and gentlemen, and retweets. Salute this commander. He rode in on an Ekoteki that, if you don't know, is a golden horse. That is what this swashbuckling commander rides. He ain't done, though. Here he is again under Zara, writing, white erasure is not limited to admissions to Harvard or the RAF. It includes the white erasure of our Western norms of health and beauty. Look at the dialectic there. Look at how he put that together adroitly and brilliantly. 11.2 thousand people viewed this in that community as a consequence. And again, hundreds of likes and retweets. That's the kind of love we got to show. We create champions here. We create white wizards here. We create people that go out there and change the world. Give it up for Hans the Skipper. Raucous emojis. No white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. Trump isn't enough. We have to address the anti-white sickness in this country. How many views has this clip gotten? 13.4 thousand views on this platform. Hundreds of likes and retweets. People are coming to the awareness of what we do, who we are, that we are seeking to end the victimization with love, hope, and redemption. And they're doing it because people like No White Go Clips are rocking it out of the park. Here you have over on IG. Now you're going to have to start tacking them up. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, we had him here with 13.4 thousand, 10,000 over here on this clip. Over on IG, 10,000. Just start throwing crowns. Start making crowns. Start decorating this man. He should be totally adorned with diamonds and rubies and sapphires galore, ladies and gentlemen. 10,000 more this past week. Hearing the lexicon, the dialectics. Keep it going. 10,000 more. Are you doing the math? It didn't come, the soy boy says, from you all. It didn't. It's just happening. It's just the time. It's what somebody else did years and years ago that didn't start anything. But it's them. It's not you guys. 10,000 more for this hero. Streamers. I want wild. I want waving emojis. I want raucous emojis. Keep it going. 10,000 more. Are you doing the math? This is 1 week from one swashbuckling commander. Ladies and gentlemen, keep it going for No White Guilt clips. 13,000 more for No White Guilt clips. Oh my God. Everybody just on your feet. Give this man some flags. Shine the glory, the pristine glory of Promethean light upon the great No White Guilt clips. There you have it, but we're not even done, ladies and gentlemen, because the great Dice, King Dice, has stepped up twice. Let's watch these videos.
This sense, right, that whiteness, right, is under threat. The demographic shifts. The country isn't what all of these racially ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials.
No, it's your systemic anti-whiteism. It's you blaming white people for problems that happened 150 years ago when we've more than made enough amends.
Give it up for King Dice. We love King Dice. We love King Dice. Give it up for King Dice, ladies and gentlemen. We love him, but he wasn't done there. Oh, no, he wasn't done there. There's another to celebrate.
Has been elected, the reality is setting in that the Trump Justice Department is going to start going after the institutions and businesses that engage in systemic anti-whiteism.
Oh. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit, unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. Yes. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly.
Hurt white people specifically, and Asians, especially with the affirmative action acceptance policies at major universities. So yesterday on our TikTok account, Joy played that video and then posted this reaction.
So in other words, reparations for white people.
Yeah, long overdue. Should apologize as well.
Any comments on that, Trump rise?
Yeah, it's fantastic. And about time. You may recall that when Tulsi Gabbard left the Democrat Party, one of the reasons was not just their wokeness, but specifically their systemic anti-whiteism.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party.
No sane person can.
It's now under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers driven by cowardly wokeness, who divide us by racializing every issue and stoking anti-white racism.
That's right, but around here we call it anti-whiteism. Oh. She'll catch up soon enough.
Oh, love King Dice. Show this man some huge love. Show him some huge love. Make sure he knows how much we love him. But you know what? It's not over. It's not over. We got one more that is off the hook. That is so incredible. It's so remarkable. You're not even going to believe it. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen. We've already been celebrating him some. No White Guilt clips. No White Guilt clips. A little female has now been elevated by Donald Trump to the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Well, somebody, some champion has introduced the lexicon to this woman who's now going to be addressing all of the world as the White House representative. Show the love now. Show it louder than you've ever shown it, because it is the one and only No White Guilt clip.
The upcoming election in November is about one thing: stopping the radical Biden, Pelosi, Papist, socialist agenda in its tracks that has been ripping off hardworking families like yours and mine every single day.
Is it socialist or is it anti-white?
Our Democratic Chris Papist is an expert at the typical Washington, D.C.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I
Celebrate
take,
and party.
I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this
The
fight.
socialist or is an anti-white?
No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
Celebrate No White Guilt Clips. And we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. When I saw that it was little Caroline, I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. My God. Now you see how far-reaching your efforts can be. Clips, the hero, the God man, decided that he was going to go show up there as well after already destroying one politician. Decided he was going to show up there. Is it socialist or is it anti-white? Little Caroline heard that. She heard that. Knows now that in that mass of people, in that mass of white people out there, there are some, she doesn't know how many. There are some white people out there, though, that are concerned about things being anti-white. And now, little Levitt is going to be at the White House talking with Donald Trump. Talk about the ramifications, the power of that, all from the deeds of one man who's decided to live as a hero in our story. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, totally just off the charts glorious. We got to keep rolling here. I would just keep celebrating that forever, but we got to keep rolling. We got to get to these financial gifts and your comments and questions that are out there. I'll be reading them. We want to celebrate. Get out your really serious, wild, stupendous. Keep them going. The raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. How about, I don't know. What would you want to put up? Let's put up some Let's put up some waving, some smile emojis. Let's put up some volcanoes going off for Anonymous, who has financially gifted $600. $600 to White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. Anonymous, speaking up, wanting to be heard, wanting that to be a testimonial to the effectiveness of the Go Free Dialogic. 600 White Wellbeing dollars. Become a part of this or be left in the dark, be left worshiping a twink or other soy goy losers out there. $600 financial gift from Anonymous. Big salutes. Quadruple 07s to that hero. We're going to head on over to the dude, the bro, and the moment that you all are going to celebrate. Lunder found the thunder in the volcanoes. Keep it going. Keep it going. Dude, bro, moment. $50 he throws on top of that $600 for White Wellbeing. He says the champion, the platform, and now his own forever. Dude, bro, moment. A hero par excellence. God bless you, champion. Keep it going, though. Keep it going, because we have to celebrate first, last. First, last showed up, ladies and gentlemen. He writes this one word, respect. Respect. Big respect back to First Last for all of his contributions to White Wellbeing, including a financial gift of $200. $200. He throws $200 from this hero, saying he's contributing in 1,000 different ways. And one of those ways is $200 tonight. Give him love, show him respect. First, let me check around and make sure we don't have any others that reach the celebration stage, and then we will go back and get everyone financial gift that is out there. And I will say hello to all of the people who are tagging me or reaching out. Okay, I think we got all of them. We will celebrate $10 financial gift over there on Odyssey. $10 on Odyssey from Land of the Fake. Thank you, brother. He says, the way you frame media publications in this context of White Wellbeing feels, he said, feels, the way you frame it, feels like hot cocoa on a cold day. Beautifully written with a $10 financial. I love that. It feels nothing as few things. Few things are nicer than hot cocoa on a cold day. And that's how it feels to him when we translate the anti-white news. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. And we also have Wing It Productions over there today. 0.43 of a library token, which is the little cryptocurrency they use. Thank you so much for that. And he says, Paul's girlfriend, wow. She's an Olympic speed skater. Oh boy, could you imagine? I'll have to think about that later. I didn't think they made women like that anymore. The media keeps them hidden. Yes, unless they're dating a non-white male, you're right. But wow. She's an Olympic speed skater. Yep, that's very interesting. That ought to be really fun. Thank you so much. Over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, we have Dandy Westman financially gifting $10. He says, with those, thank you so much, good brother. MC suggestion, modify shadow haunting to shadow stalking for deterring white negativity. I like that. Shadow stalking the Jewish people. Haunting is an abstract and unreliable, whereas more people have direct negative experience with stalking. I like it. You're so right. Or understanding the stigma associated by being labeled as a stalker. Oh, I love it. That's it. I love it. We attract the producers, the bright, the champions, the heroes, the people who see the importance of being in our story. That is brilliant. Absolutely. Shadow stalking. I will write that down. I'll take that down. That's what they do to the Jewish people. They shadow stalk them. Brilliantly noted. Brilliantly. Well done. Big salutes to Dandy Westman for that. Champion. Champion. Awesome contribution. Both of them. Financial gifts and, more importantly, that shadow stalking. Champion. We have over here on Cash App, Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless her, the champion. We played that video of the great Yiz the Unifier. You can find her tomorrow. Discordant Dragons on her channel at 6 p.m. Also on Thursdays at 6 p.m. She does one of a number of shows with News Fist. Check out those on her channel as well. And we heard that at some point in the future, the great Fornola is going to bring back Dragon Synth or something. So we're looking forward to that. If he does it, we're going to let you all know as soon as we know. Fornola. We also want to celebrate Robert. Robert, a true champion, a great hero. Financially gifting $5 today. Thank you for your work. Go free. Thank you for your work and being the hero and champion that you are, my good brother. Good to see you over there and all the work that you do. Financially gifting the least of the numerous things that he's up to. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. Let's swivel back around and see. We have on D Live. We have Spartan. Gave a lemon. I think that might be from today. But if it isn't, if it's from the last time we were together, big thank you to the lemon of cryptocurrency. And good to see you over there. Over here on Premium Rumble, the great Slaughtz is financially gifting and has some comments. The great Slaughtz, $1 financial gift. Thank you for the $1, brother. We try to keep it there on Rumble because they tax the ever-living hell out of us there. He says, every single anti-white hears about loving white people and end up asking, what about me? Not, well, that's them, as they do with non-whites with impunity. That is anti-whiteism. Precisely. Absolutely. 100% right. Slaughtz, philosopher at the table, the white table of the Knights, white round table of the Knights of White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. 100%. He also financially gifts again another $1. Thank you so much. And says with that $1, every single anti-white hears about loving white people. Is this the same thing twice? It is. I'll read it again. Every single anti-white hears about loving white people and end up asking, what about me? Precisely. As soon as you hear an anti-white say that, you know that they're anti-white. A person say that, you know that they're anti-white. Not, quote, well, that's them, as they do with non-whites with impunity. That is anti-whiteism. Brilliantly put. God bless the great Slaughtz. Thank you there. We see aliens exist is over there. Big 07. Big 07 to you, brother. And tags me and says, the villains will be mad that the Jews will receive protection. The people focused on white well-being will be upset that we are still unprotected and bottom of the racial totem pole. Very well said. You're 100% right. The people who are shadow stalking Jewish people are going to be all furious. Can you look at them? They're getting treatment. They're getting good treatment again. Look at it. They're going to be all mad about that. We are mad that we're not being protected. Completely different objectives, completely different centers of our stories. And so these people, they're not representative of the white race. They're not representative of ending our victimization. And that's got to be one of the biggest things that we do, is to sever this effort by the soy goys to claim that they are the representatives of the white race. And it's really helping us out that that anti-Jewish movement has become so multiracial. Very well put. Aliens exist. Thank you, brother. All right. I don't see any other tags for me over there, but I will go back and look again when I get a chance. Over here, we have Clean of White Noirs under the thread with a beautiful meme. Good to see you over there during the stream. Making them rhyme on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. We'll swivel back around this direction into what you all are saying on YouTube. One more quick refresh, and we will be caught up to where we want to be. We have raucous emojis to get out, though. One more time, at least. Raise the flags, raise the banners of swashbuckling glory. Break out the crowns. Find some gems to insert into the crowns. How about some dinosaur emojis? How about some dinosaur emojis from a man who would take down dinosaurs if they were coming to victimize white babies? It's Corey, ladies and gentlemen. And he writes 2 words, white victory. And with those 2 words, $50, 50 white well-being dollars. We're building the Church for White Well-Being. I am your Pope. The homilies are hot today. Is the homily hot? Is the homily hot, ladies? And how hot are the homilies? The homilies are hot today. You know how hot they are, don't you? Oh, the homilies are boss bear sexy hot. That's how hot the homilies are in this church. Boss bear sexy hot. 50 white well-being dollars, white victory. Good for you. Thank you so much. Good on you, brother. Another true champion. Pope Jason writes the great Fornall, the polymathic Fornall says, we have like geniuses. It's amazing. It's totally amazing. We are the community. It's insane. We are going to succeed. We are the ones who are on the right path. We are the ones having endless successes. Nobody else doing anything like this. God bless every single one. This church, this spirituality, this stratagem that we employ, it is the one. It is the true. It is the path. And we're going to be talking about our telos right now, ladies and gentlemen, because in the thaumatological mailbag, there is nothing. It is empty. I know. We should have like a button to press where it goes, oh, there's nothing in the bag this week, but that's okay. But maybe there will be next week. Nothing in the bag. I will say for an announcement that I did run the advertisement again. I completely created a new advertisement. I met with Twitter again, by the way, another representative of Twitter. And we talked about my account. We talked about JK16010's account. And I brought that up. I brought up my advertisements. And she was totally perplexed. She said, I'm looking at the screen. For example, when it comes to JK16010, there's nothing. There aren't any tags. No security warnings. Nothing shows that his account is frozen or inaccessible or anything of that nature. Meanwhile, he's been locked out for weeks. So there might be something going on at Twitter that is something that Musk and Yacarino, the CEO, doesn't know about, or maybe they do know about. Maybe it's national security people because they can look at what we're doing and see that will succeed. Shadow stalking Jewish people isn't going to help white people at all, but the Go Free Dialogic, that will. So his account froze, and she looked down the account looking for the kind of talk that would be violations of terms of service and said, no, there's none of that here. So I mentioned also Kate's account and how Kate had a million plus a tweet. And after that mentioned us, after that went viral, that before that went viral, she was getting a slew of people who were brand new to Twitter. So in other words, people were just joining X. It was already owned by Musk. They were just joining, and she was one of the people being recommended to them. And they were like, follow, 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 follow. All of these new people, every day she had people who were brand new to X following her. She had her 1 million plus white positive tweet talking about us and this community, and it all died. It all went to zero. No more new people to her, no more new people to X that were following her. They weren't being recommended anymore. And the representative from X was like, huh. And then she had already done research on my advertisements. And guess what? She said, there is nothing wrong with them. And they weren't political. But then she said, but maybe, just maybe, that since it was before the election, they were being extra careful and taking it. And I told her, I said, we were on the way to having in total among those advertisements, 10 million views. We were fast on our way. And then all of a sudden it clearly got shadow banned because they immediately went to a trickle. They were gloriously climbing, and then a trickle, and then stopped. And then I pulled from the platform. I appealed and was rejected. And she said, okay, well, what excuse did they give you? No excuse. And she said, what? What do you mean they didn't give it? No excuse. They didn't give me an excuse. So she said, that's really strange. And I said, well, this is really going to throw you then, because I've ran the ad per Slaughtz brilliant recommendation. I ran it again. I ran a new ad that was like one of the previous. Within an hour, halted. And then I appealed. And within an hour, the appeal rejected. So she was really perplexed then after the election. And so I decided as soon as she shared a bunch of things that can improve the reach and success of ads. I've got tons of notes from her and the previous woman, both very helpful people. And so I built another ad right away after I got done talking with her. Well, later in the day, built another one with the same Donald Trump says about anti-whiteism in the country. It can't be allowed either. And the link to the magazine where he said this so people can follow to make sure I'm not fibbing. Within an hour, rejected, taken off the platform. I appealed. Within another hour, repeal denied. So I'm going to set up another call with her to see what's going on. What is going on? Is there something that X is unaware of? Is this like national security and they're fully aware of it? And the national security has determined that, no, we can't let these people have any spread or say. We're clearly being shadow banned. Clearly. But we just have to keep fighting. This is the only way. Part of fighting is trying to fight through the shadow ban to good people. Part of it is getting to folks who aren't shadow banned to get them to start using the lexicon and dialectics. They can't shadow ban everybody. So we just have to keep with it. That's the update on what's going on with X right now. And as I learn more, I will share with you all. But we're going to have to keep pressing ahead. And maybe there's information there that we can discern some nefarious things are going on for us. I asked her straight out. I was like, why is it that these content creators who are clearly unhealthy, they have an unhealthy focus, they are pernicious, and they undermine freedom of communication and thought because they slander everybody who doesn't want to blame all the Jews. Why is it that they have tens of thousands? And I talked about the account that I shared with you before that had like, I don't know, 1,100 followers, never had a tweet that was above a couple hundred views. And then without tagging Nick Fuentes, promotes Nick Fuentes, and like, he's great. And that one gets like 700,000 views. And she could not explain. She's like, I have no idea how that's happening. So we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep trying and succeeding. But one of the things we're going to do right now to try and succeed, I'm going to look at your comments, your questions. So tag me as No White Guilt, or otherwise I will miss it. But we are going to look at our Go Free lesson of the day, which is, if the ethno-state was the telos of the alt-right, and you remember that, what is our telos? Let me see what you all are saying. And I'll be keeping my eyes open for any other financial gifting while we are together. And if I missed you, please tag me and let me know. I do want to say a big hello to everybody here that is on the live chat on Twitter. Daughter of Eve dominates the live chat over here on Twitter. Let's get her some salutes. Thank you for being there and dominating. She says, greeting, Jason. And little fires and heart emojis and Promethean hails. Big time Promethean hails. The anti-whites will use every pretext to victimize whites. She writes, the boxing match was entertaining. I guess the other ones as well. Remember, tag me, even over there in the live chat. There's the great Samuski. A glorious, and I think Samuski was saying that he can verify everything that West was saying about California. What a shame. We love the state. It's ours. And we are going to make it pristine again. Sean is over there on the live chat. He says, agreed to something. But I don't like, he says, seeing women dancing in the ring. Yeah, we shouldn't have. It's not, I don't like it. They should be given tridents. The women should be forced to fight with tridents, and then it would be entertaining. I mean, we could break it up once one of them has been gored and, you know, send her to the hospital. But, you know, that would be much more entertaining. Like, here is your trident. And the ref like throws them. The ump throws it. The referee throws it. Had a great white well-being conversation at church today, writes Cool Papa J Magic. Awesome, brother. With a young man, even better. He was totally open to the concepts and agreed with virtually all of it. We'll invite him to join next time. Brother, we love you for that. We love everybody. West is out there with this woman. We love him for that. Bring this healing balm of the Go Free Dialogic to everyone you can while we have the time. We got 4 years. It could be rocky. It's going to be rocky. It's going to be a challenge. There's going to be opportunities. That's what this election was all about. And great Slaughtz said, it's an opportunity. And that's we're going to make the most of this opportunity. He also said his girlfriend was anti-white, which is sad, but he's going to work on her. And you know what? Cool. He will succeed. Unless she's radically anti-white, he will succeed. If she's radically anti-white, then it's good that he gets out of that scenario, because you don't want to be in that environment. He wants to be with a good woman, a woman who is brimming with love for our people. No harm to anyone else. Love for our people, though. Not going to victimize us, not going to victimize our white children. Marilyn is here. Great to see you. Fernell is lit in the chat tonight. He's lit, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see the champion. Why do you think the live stream views are 100 or less, but the subscriber count is 26,000 as Antiwhiteism ends with you? The shadow banning. They are shadow banning the living out of us. We have to accept a reality. And before anything else, and that reality is that we need more exposure to people than a content creator who's going to doom document, doom dissect, doom divine, because we are literally a revolutionary thought project. We are a revolutionary thought movement. And when people show up, it's like I've likened it before to the story of the Flatlanders, where a 3D image moves through, a 3D entity moves through, and all they can see is the 2 dimensions. And it is very confusing for them. So for many people, not all, but many people, they're going to hear Go Free, they're going to hear about the dialectic, and they're going to be confused. I don't understand this. It doesn't fit in to my stereotypes. It doesn't fit in to what I've known before I came to this moment. Conversation or watching me on a beautifully done clip that makes me 10 times better than I actually am, thanks to all the people making videos out there and making me look better than I actually am. And, you know, they come to it and they're like, what the heck? And it takes time. We're also going to attract, especially initially, the bravest, the brightest, people with the most endurance, people who can see the efficaciousness of the work we do and are willing to actually roll their sleeves up and to get into work. Everything else doesn't require work. LARPing as a political party doesn't require work. Complaining about other groups of people doesn't require work. Complaining about the government, the Jews, the blacks, or all of these different, doesn't require any work. So we're going to attract people who are only interested in work. So given that, even if we had a fair playing field, we're going to have a smaller but far more effective. I mean, we can say that elsewhere you get the opposite of effect for the objective of ending white well-being. You see it undermining that work and that objective and that goal. Like, how much good does Keith Wood's tweet do that is showing this guy, this Jewish guy, saying he's for Team Jew, or however he put it? It doesn't do us any good. It undermines us. 100,000 plus views or whatever it is and growing. But the reality is we are shadow banned, even on X. Somehow, some way, I brought up with her and I'm going to have to ask again because we didn't totally resolve, but like the actual concepts. Why is it that the use of the concepts seem to limit the tweets as well? We're not going to stop using the concepts. And she didn't know. She said, well, I'd have to speculate, but I want her to investigate. I want her to see if she can find out, is there some sort of downgrading? I don't know what the proper verbiage is for it, on the concepts as well as the individuals. So obviously with our friends at YouTube, we love YouTube. So many people have slandered YouTube. They've left the platform. They've been censored off of the platform. We love YouTube. We want to be on YouTube. But we would like a fair shake. We don't feel like we're getting a fair shake. And it's a black box scenario. So the only thing that in a black box, anti-white out is here. The only thing in a black box scenario that they could prove that they're actually doing is to say to me, we will promote you, and then see the consequences of the promotion. Then you could say, well, they wouldn't really promote if they were shadow banned or shadow banning us, or even if they are shadow banning us, at least they promoted us for this amount of time. Just coming to me and saying, well, we're not shadow banning you. No, that's not what's happening. Is just to sit on top of the black box and giggle and snicker away and point their finger at me. JC Denton, saw you here earlier. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, so we have to be the algorithm. We have to get out there and speak to people. Gentile Gentleman is here. Have you come across the new trailer from Wolf Shield Studios? I am a co-star in the film. No. Can you DM that to me? I mean, I can try to look it up, but can you DM? That's awesome. First Last says, hey, it may not be as good as shadow stalking, but I came up with hyphen humpers. Oh, for the people inserting the hyphen unnecessarily into anti-white and anti-whiteism. The hyphen humpers. I'm going to send the Kwanzaa Third Reich idea to your website message system. Okay, send it there, but don't delete it, just in case it doesn't actually make it through to me. DM it to me also on X if you can. Thank you for that. Yeah, Kwanzaa. What an interesting holiday. Thank you all for celebrating those who should be. Look at Franklin there with the parrot. Beautiful. I love it. Way to mix it up. With spoons, I love it. Way to mix it up. Ivan added an accordion. I love it. All the eagles and stars and stripes and sunglasses on the smiley face. Perfect. Cool Papa J Magic. Okay, remember to tag me as No White Guilt. We are still in White Wellbeing Church, and everybody who has left, unless they had to sleep, they'll be back and they'll finish with us. Everybody else is a Harry Dingleberry, and we don't have, they're Fanians. That's what they are. Don't be a Faniant. Don't be phlegmatic. Don't be a Faniant. We have a beautiful comity here in White Wellbeing, a beautiful bonhomie in White Wellbeing. You can come. This is a place for friends. You're going to enjoy yourself. Supplemental material here, page 251, second edition, iteration 2 of the Go Free Dialogic. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember Lil Dicky Spencer popularizing the destructive idea of an ethno-state. Why is that destructive? It's destructive because ethno-nationalism has already been defeated, and in the most spectacular way. Now, mind you, we're not saying that the variations of our Western culture that we practice, we create and practice, should be in any way diminished. In fact, if you go free, we're going to be, I think, touching upon that here. You'll see that go free will broaden and deepen those differences. Because this is instinctual for white people. It's something we love. We love that variety. So to be white positive is to want those distinctions to be starker, more beautiful, richer. That's what we want. And that's what Go Free then accomplishes. It had to accomplish that. We don't want to homogenize Western civilization. What is ethno-nationalism, though? Ethno-nationalism is how powerful anti-whites of all races, many different race anti-whites participated, were able to grab us by the torso and ram our heads together until much of our glorious genetic stock was dead on a battlefield, on many battlefields. The last thing, the very last thing, I mean, we just got done looking at the historical map of our people. We just got done with 2 world wars demonstrating the stupidity of ethno-nationalism. We cannot have as a telos, a goal, an objective, the Greek, this goal objective for us. We cannot have it be a return to that. We cannot go back to anything the anti-whites have already been able to defeat. We can't go back to a purer Catholicism or a purer Protestantism. I'm not saying that Christianity can't and won't remain, but Christianity of any type has already been defeated by anti-whiteism. So there's no use in haunting those cemeteries and looking for where do we find the right priest, the right preacher, the right interpretation of it. It doesn't matter. It's all been defeated. ethno-nationalism horribly defeated. We need to recognize as our telos, and we're going to read that in just a moment, that we are a single people with many countries. Great and beautiful white roses ringing the world. A single people, one people. How do we know that we are one people? What is it, especially in the white race, with all of these differences that we see? We have differences in facial structure. We have differences in skin tone. We have differences in hair and eye color. We have infinitely more variety than the other groups of man, at least per my observation. Maybe I'm wrong, but infinitely more variety. What is it that aliens could come down and would say, that's a distinct group of people? Our instinct, our biospirit. As a complex animal, we project our instinct, as all animals do, onto our environment. And we can see in the animal kingdom the projection of their instincts onto their environment. And the more complex the animal, the more complex the projection of those instincts, to the point where we can very loosely call those instincts in the animal kingdom culture. Isn't that something? You see people loosely calling it the culture of the animal. So the way you can tell who's white, what peoples are white and what peoples aren't, are the people who create the culture of the West, Western culture, Western civilization. There's a lot of material here to dig into that will answer all of your questions. We're not going to be able to get to it all. And I really think for the people who are diehards, the people who really want to be white wizards, we need to have this segment. We need to make more room for this segment so it can be longer in future shows, get-togethers of the White Wellbeing Church, so that we can really explore more of this and understand more deeply who and what we are, so that we can't be undermined. I want to point out, and I'm going to read this now in just a moment, but I do want to point out that take even a cursory look at this community, and you'll see that people come into this community, they learn the Go Free dialogic, and then they go out and they are like their own white wizard out there in the world. People come here, they learn, they stay in this community, and then they are able to go out and be a scintillating knight, a scintillating champion for white well-being. Where else has that ever happened? With any of the other movements and causes and vehicles and endeavors for the well-being of our people, that has never happened. People end up going, for example, they go and they follow Jared Taylor. And what do they say? They don't become Jared Taylors, do they? They don't suddenly get to the dinner party and then with an affected accent say, oh, let me tell you about all of these studies and I will persuade you with the power of Jared Taylor, because he is, I am tapping into who he is and he is coming through. No, it doesn't happen. Jared Taylor remains the only Jared Taylor. The Fuentesians, not a single one of them can be the snarky Nick Fuentes in their environment. Not a single one. You can go down the list. None of these people become champions in their own right. But in this community, numerous champions, numerous heroes. I mean, like I was just witnessing before the stream today. Wasn't even following the guy. Now I am. But he was beautifully discussing, an English guy, beautifully discussing white well-being, taking on objections and doing a great job knocking them down. A lot of the typical objections and just knocking them right down fantastically. Big salutes. So what is really, whether intentional or unintentional, the outcome of these other methods? Well, it's that you've got one guy that everybody tries to point to. Go listen to him. Go to his conference. Go turn on his stream. That's not going to take back our destiny. That's not going to protect white children from victimization of anti-whiteism. That's not going to be able to get into the classrooms in places like New York and say, let us help you not be anti-white anymore. That doesn't work. That is hero hoping per creation of First Last. That is wish listing as well. Here we make heroes. I want every one of you to become a hero for white well-being, a genuine dominating force in your world. So many of you already are. And that's going to be the only way that we're going to succeed. Our telos, the Western sunrise. The Western sunrise is our telos, our raison d'etre, both our objective and reason for being, the recapture of our destiny. That's our telos. The Western sunrise. What does the Western sunrise represent? It represents the recapture of our destiny. How does the sun rise in the West? It does so from our labors. It does so because we put our shoulder under it and heave it into the sky. It is a metaphorical tool that we use to visualize the beauty of our efforts and the glory of their fulfillment. We often speak of moving toward the Western sunrise and willing the sun into the sky in the West. We say that the first rays of that sunrise represent evidence of our personal and communal reclamation of our destiny. Again, this is page 251. And I continue. One of our prized MCs is that Western kind is a single people with many countries. We also speak of the great white ring circling the globe as a bed of white roses. This position empowers us in more ways than I have room in this book to share. However, some people misunderstand or intentionally misrepresent the meaning behind this invigorating position. These few see homogenization, where the opposite is the objective. Going free and serving white well-being presupposes that the practitioner recognizes, loves, and seeks to preserve the beautiful variety we see in Western kind. That variety extends to every example of our appearance and our national, regional, distinct hues of Western culture. In truth, Southerners will be more Southern. Brits will be more British. Germans will be more German when we all practice going free and we see ourselves as a single people with many countries. While Westmen of all physical appearances and cultural hues have, do, and will continue to fall in love and produce beautiful sons and daughters of the West, it is also true that every Go Free practitioner is unwaveringly committed to a future that preserves and magnifies the splendor of our distinct physical and cultural hues. Anyone engaged in thought or activity that would diminish our people's idiosyncrasies identifies themselves as anti-white with those thoughts and acts. Think of Western kind as a single family living in a home. We all have different rooms that we decorate as we see fit to express ourselves. But we all come together to nurture, to protect, to survive, and thrive. And that, I think, deserves a little bit of music. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying, but it's time to rock out, ladies.
I look around, I don't understand why we're giving up the strength in our hands. Why are we letting this all slip away? Why are we quiet when there's so much to say? They tell us lies and we just agree, but there's still a chance for us to break free. Western kind, can't you see the truth? We still have time to save our roots. It's not too late, we can still fight. Rise up from the dark and into the light. Wake up, go free from this anti-white world. We still have a chance, let our banner be unfurled. Don't let white erasure steal our name. It's not over yet, we can turn the game.
Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. We are the only community that rocks out and wins.
Don't you let them rewrite your past. Don't you know this erasure won't last? The Western kind, you built so much more. Now's the time to take back what's yours. The world is poison, but there's a cure. Meet curious can make us pure. See through the lies, shake off the chains. It's time to break free from the anti-white race. Don't close your eyes, don't let them win. The fight for our future must begin. Wake up, go free from this anti-white world. We still have a chance, let our banner be unfurled. Don't let white erasure steal our name. It's not over yet, we can turn the game. The fuse betrayed, how did it get this far? But we're not broken, we know who we are. The past is calling, but the future is clear. The Western kind, it's time to fight. No more fear. Wake up, go free from this anti-white world. We still have a chance, let our banner be unfurled. Don't let white erasure steal our name. It's not over yet, we can turn the game.
Anglo-Saxon NWG on this piece, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. Let's go ahead and get back to your comments. We have Antiwhiteism ends with you said, would creating a mesh network of creators that cross-promote help? Creating a network of creators that cross-promote, like how you and Yiz mentioned each other. If we had dozens of channels, yeah, I mean, if you are becoming adroit with Go Free and you are able, you know, like Yiz, like Fornol, like Brand Danger, like Slaughtz, like so many others, you're really getting to that point where, and that's what you're aspiring to do and to be, and you want to create content. Yes, start building an audience, try to build an audience. Bear in mind that you're probably going to end up shadow banned like all of us. So don't see a future similar to other content creators out there who are just going to doom document or shadow stalk Jewish people. But yeah, the more content creators we have, the more people I'm going to promote. And so, yeah, absolutely. Cross promote and thereby help each other. Last stream, I asked for a counterpart to a hush crime for institutional injustice, such as Daniel Penny. And I think it might be a hush trial. Yes, I like that. I just wrote that down. A hush. Let's try that out, folks. A hush. What's a hush trial? That will give you an opportunity, just like hush crime works, to talk about who controls things, that it's anti-whites, that it's the ideology is anti-whiteism, that Daniel Penny is a white guy. That's why he's being prosecuted. And that's why there isn't all of the media driving people to a frenzy over the immorality because he's a white guy. So therefore, it's a moral thing to do. If he were a black guy or a non-white guy, some other non-white guy, the media would be going crazy. Release him now. So let's try it out. First, last saying, don't go down the Rommel tunnel. Hero hoping. Great to see everybody here with us. We celebrate and have a hell of a good time all the way to the final moments of Go Free White Wellbeing Church. I love it. If you have any comments for me, tag me as No White Guilt. Before we get out of here, I'll take another look at our financial gifts to see if any more came in, and because we don't want to miss anybody. All right, I think we haven't so far. We haven't missed anybody. But if I do miss you, then I always get you at the next Sunday, the next time we get together. And a hello to everybody who showed up today for White Wellbeing Church. Thanks for the show, Jason. Says aliens exist. God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Take a quick look at the thread to see if we have anything else. Nope, nothing there. So no comments. Hush trial. Shadow stalking. A full week of glory ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. To head out, we have a lot of interesting picks by Donald Trump. As I said, a lot of people are going to be serving themselves selfishly, individualistically over the course of their careers. So, who are they going to side with? Who are they going to applaud? Who are they going? Is it going to be white people? Of course not. It's immoral in the anti-white narrative to endorse, support, champion white people. That's why we bring everyone into our story, where the anti-whites have to come because they still have to propagandize us. That's the power that we yet wield for now. Of course, they're going to become advocates of the people who can benefit them. How many times have I told you that if you tell white people, how right is Jason? How right is Pope Jason once again? If you tell white people that Jewish people are super powerful, omnipotent, omniscient, they control everything, and they're coming for you, what do most white people do? And for decades, I've been saying they get out their resume. They don't say they're going to side with you. They don't say they're going to care about white people. They break out their CV and try to go to work for those people. Are not these picks proof of how right I am? What good does it do to complain that Pete Hegseth, which is going to be the defense secretary, what good does it do to say, look at what a neocon he is? Look at him in a video here praising Israel. Look at him in a video over there praising Jews. Look at him in another video. Of course, he's a white, selfish individualist, and he is appealing to a group that he hopes will buoy him. You're not going to be able to get rid of. Could you imagine following these soy goys down that path, that anybody who has tried to self-promote by appealing to this group can't be allowed? There are no other professional people. And if you could, and you can't, wish list them out of existence, which, by the way, wishing is what children do, the next available group would immediately see the benefit to doing the exact same thing. We have a contextual issue. We have to address the anti-whiteism. You want people like Pete Hegseth to care about white people? Then have this community be buoyed up as the white positive ADL. Have us, put us in a position to influence people's careers and lives. And then you'll see them like the woman who now is Elise Stefanik for the UN, who gave this speech, and she's got like the Israeli flag behind her. You'll have the next Elise, but she'll be talking about white children. If you don't do that, if you can continue to just be a soy goy, then the next Stephanie, or Elise rather, Stefanik, and the next Elise, and the next Elise, and the next Elise, they're all going to be saying, this has to be done for Israel. That has to be done for Jews. Truer words never spoken. Slaughtz says that Siegfried is at the Voice of Reason on YouTube. Oh, it is. There he is, man. Well done today. I got to hear a little bit of your space. We've been celebrating you on and off throughout the stream. Bravo. Tremendous job representing white well-being in your space. Well done. Big salutes to you. Man, rocking it over there. You see, there is this champion now emerging from the chrysalis of the lifelong work, it never ends, of the Go Free Dialogic. And he is going to be changing minds. He's changing minds. He's going to be changing lives, improving our families, our communities as a consequence. That's what we do here. We make champions. No one else makes champions. We want people to come to White Wellbeing Church because we want them to hear the gospel. We want them to learn the practice. But we don't have some central person that's on the field and everybody else in the stands and says, well, just look at him. Just go listen to him. Just go follow whatever. Just he prosecutes the case better than I or you could. So we'll just be quiet and sit here. No, my life isn't going to get better. The lives of white children are not going to get better. The victimization of white kids is not going to end if I'm the only guy who can talk like this, who can articulate this strategy. We need an army of knights of the white table, white wizards, who can wield this magic in every circle of their lives. Dr. Janice MD is in the house. Big salutes. Good to see you, Captain. Bass is here. He says, good morning, the Voice of Reason. I'm still out here on X, swashbuckling, brother. I'm trying all I can. Man, you were rocking it. You're not just trying. You are rocking it. You are a champ. And big salutes to Slaughtz for pointing it out to me. Thank you, brother. Rhyme Rummel Tunnel is what First Last was trying to say earlier. Thank you for the clarification, good sir. If you have anything else, folks, let me know. We're going to be wrapping up soon and expecting another magnificent week. Can you believe No White Guilt Clips exposed the future, the now press secretary for Donald Trump to anti-whiteism? Can you believe that? To anti-white? Can you believe it? It just takes try. You got to be out there doing it. You got to be out there living it. You got to be out there doing it. And if she ends up saying, because of, I mean, if you're a speaker, if you've never been a speaker before, let me just tell you, as we are indeed a little bit over time, but we'll be rolling out here in a minute. If you're a speaker and somebody shouts something from an audience, you think that there are others. You feel like there are others that feel that way. And indeed there are. This time when I remade that video, I zoomed in and there was a white woman who had a big smile when Clips said that in the middle of that speech. Maybe you saw, you can go back and watch again. I'll be sharing this obviously on Twitter as well. But she is now thinking, this little Caroline Levitt is now thinking that there are white people out there that when she says socialism, they might shout back anti-whiteism. You mean anti-whiteism? If she ends up saying anti-white or anti-whiteism or recognize that white people are upset about any comment about that, it's coming from this community. It's coming from clips hitting at that exact, precise, perfect moment at that speech. I love it. I love it. And if she goes out, think about this. If she goes out and she does a good job as the press secretary and she can handle MSNBC, CNN, ABC, the rest of them, but couldn't handle clips, oh my God, that guy just got a bigger statue. He got even a bigger, or who knows, maybe Caroline at that moment thought, well, that's true. That's true. It is anti-whiteism. God bless him. Great work. Henry is here. Good to see you. Red Dog. How do I join the outreach program? You said last week I should join. You go down into the description and you will find the link for Biospirit or the rest of the outreach team. And you reach out to that link and he will welcome you with open arms and make you a spectacular warrior for white well-being. And thank you for asking about that. It's going to be, your life is going to improve immensely. Jason, how can you tell what serves other people's? That's just optics. You can only make selfish, individualistic, envy-based statements about non-whites. Yeah, how can you tell what serves other people? Yeah, that's how those people, that's their thinking. That is their thinking. But fortunately, their time is coming to an end, and we are ascendant. They're still going to be popular, and the anti-whites are going to continue to try to prop up these fake, faux leaders of our people. But the change will happen with the verbiage of the dialogic of Go Free. And those so-called leaders, no matter how many times Newsweek or Vanity Fair or Rolling Stone, all people have argued forever, those are CIA assets or intertwined or whatever. No matter how many times those entities continue to say Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes and whoever the next one is, no matter how many times they say that, the audience will measure what they're doing and what they're saying eventually as a consequence of our work by the concepts that liberate Western kind from anti-whiteism. And if they're not liberating our people and our children from the victimization that we experience, they're going to be discarded. Let them be left with just the Turing test passing bots and let all the doers come here. They can comment on the successes that we have. That's what they're good for anyhow. It's just commenting on what others are doing. We have coming up on Wednesday, I don't know exactly yet what time we'll be starting. We might have a guest that I have to start a little earlier again, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be the normal time around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be returning. We might talk about, if the news doesn't change or go crazy, we might talk about Pope Francis names the pro-gay cleric preacher to be the preacher of the papal household. Now, what is really insane, this guy actually says, and if we cover it, we'll talk about it then. He actually says to imagine, and I have that I'm reading from Breitbart. So if this is not correct, then I'm just telling you what Breitbart is reporting. That this priest, who is now the priest to the Vatican, says that even though the Bible didn't say that, who did he talk about? King David and it was Jonathan and Christ and the apostles, even though it didn't say that they were having homosexual sex, we can imagine it. He actually said, we can like to imagine it, and we can imagine it happening. And he was essentially saying, let's homosexualize the Bible. In my interpretation, if we cover it, we'll talk about it. This is what's become of the Catholic faith as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Yet he went on to say that, talked about a centurion and begging Christ to heal his servant, saying, obviously they had to be homosexual lovers. That was the thing that angered me the most as we're getting ready to go out on this Sunday. The thing that angered me the most, I think, because it diminishes the love that men can feel for each other without wanting to have sex with each other. White men need to, do you think the Spartans, every single one of those soldiers who stood at Thermopylae, do you think they didn't love each other deeply? They don't have to want to have sex. White men must love each other deeply if we are going to be able to recapture our destiny. You got to be able to care as much for the guy with the spear and shield on this side and this guy here as you care for yourself. You've got to, if they're dying, you've got to be able to hold them in your arms and cry over the life leaving their bodies. White men need to do that. This notion that that a white man can only love another white man if he wants to have sex with him is poison for the race. It's poison for our people. So we might get into that because that's very important. And that is what the Pope right now is elevating. This preacher saying, this priest saying that, well, the centurion could only have had a sexual relationship. And that's how all of this can be explained, is that they were all having sex. The centurion, the King David, the Christ with all the apostles. It can only be explained if they were all having sex. That's your future. That's your, not future, that's your current Catholic Church, I'm afraid. Defeated by anti-whiteism, just like everything else. We've had a glorious week. We're going to celebrate our asses off. We're going to keep achieving, accomplishing, and we're going to elevate. We're going to raise that sun in the western sky so that the whole world will see it and everyone will know that time for anti-whiteism has stopped and the world has a new rotation. If only in metaphor, a new rotation where the sun rises in the west, where white children are defended against anti-whiteism by white positive socio-political entities who come to the rescue, even when the white people in those entities have no idea who those white children are, even when those white children will never know who those white champions, those white men and women were of the West who rode to their rescue and came up over that hill on those gilded rays of a sun that we heave into the sky. Let's make this week as glorious as all the others. You are the only ones that can make it so. I love you all. Let's go free.